accordance with the open meeting law, the board states for the record that this meeting is being recorded by NORCAM, may be recorded by other local media. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Apologies for the delay. We're going to go right to the public hearing, and then we will circle back for the other items. I'm just going to read the notice.
Please, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. 2024 Fall Annual Town Meeting Date. The North Reading Select Board will hold an in-person and virtual public hearing on September 9, 2024 at 7:15 in Room 14, Town Hall, 235 North Street, North Reading, Mass. And via virtual technology to receive public input regarding a potential change of the date of the Fall Annual Town Meeting. The hearing may be assessed virtually as follows, and I don't have to read all that, right? No. Okay. Or in this room with us. So, thank you. Just a little background on this. So, at the last select board meeting, I asked the town administrator if there was a way to change the date. About a month ago, I found out I could not make it, which is fine. However, then I also found out that another select board member couldn't either. So I thought it was worthy of the discussion to have, if it was warranted and if there was even a way to do it, just because I think it's important, if possible, for the full select board to be a town meeting, but also sometimes on the fly, things happen at town meeting that get voted on. And my concern was that if there's only 3 and then someone gets sick or whatever, then there's only 2 and there's no quorum of the select board at town meeting. So, in accordance with the rules, we had a public hearing. I mean, we advertised the last couple of weeks, and now this is the discussion. We have a lot to go over this, frankly, after this, like very long. So what I'm going to do is go around to my select board members to get their opinion. Then I will take any public comment, and then we will either affirm October 7th, or I believe, in 1 second actually, before I go to my select board members, Mr. Gilberto will give us what the potential alternative date is as well. So, Mr. Gilberto.
So the publicized date from the hearing in the wintertime was Monday, October 7th. Based on facility availability and the availability of the moderator, the date that we are looking at is Wednesday, October 16th as the alternative.
Okay.
16th? October 16th.
So Wednesday,
October 16th.
And I just will note before I go to my colleagues that this is voted on in February, because that's when we do them. Unfortunately, it's really hard sometimes to project out what goes on in people's work life months later. So again, it's something that it was not known, but you know, I thought it was warranted discussion, and then we'll take it from there. Mr. O'Leary.
I'm not inclined to switch it. Again, there are people beyond this board that are impacted by the date and plan on the date based upon the notification got, whether it be the planning commission, whether it be the school committee, whether it be the finance committee, all play roles and important roles. For the most part, most of the decisions and recommendations that this board makes on any articles are already taken prior to that meeting, and based upon what's on the warrant, I think we'll probably be taking positions on them before the meeting anyway, so we can give our recommendation. As far as things happening on the fly, again, I personally would never ask to have the date changed because something come up in my life. And again, I don't begrudge anybody. I mean, your work, your family, all comes before this volunteer work. But you know, the charter establishes when we establish the dates for town meetings so people can plan on it. And so I'm not overly concerned about if there are still going to be 3 of us available to deliberate if necessary. And as I said, I think our recommendations will be made prior to, or we should make sure that the recommendations are made prior to town meeting. So I don't think it's, without first of all consulting the other boards, committees, and commissions which participate, as well as residents who plan on it, I think it's unfair to be changing the date, and I don't think we should be doing so. So I'm not in favor of it.
Jen, what's the matter?
Mr. Wallner.
I'm just following on that line. Have we talked to the school committee? Have we talked to other people about changing the date? And are they gonna?
This is the time to speak. That's why, the public hearing.
Well, the school committee's not going to.
CPC, Finance Committee.
That's fine, but I mean, it's a public hearing for that purpose, so. And no, I have not discussed it.
I'm hesitant to move forward without knowing how they feel about it.
Mrs. Gonzalez?
I am the other select board member that cannot be present on the 7th. I have a family commitment in another state. So as much as I would like to be there, I will leave it up to the decision of whoever's here.
I think Mr. Wallner makes some good points about checking with the other committees, but I'm certainly of the impression of wanting to get as much team members as possible there, and I think specifically not having a chair is important, and I would love to see our chair there, and I know these two members do want to be there too, so I'm free that day, so I'm open.
Okay. I'll go to the Zoom in a minute, but anyone want to give an opinion on this? Mr. Nauer, please, if you can come up and, even though I know here, state your name and address, please.
I just had a question. I'm Paul De Niro, 402 Park Street. Is this something that you foresee changing every year based on people's upcoming schedules?
No, not unless, unless we have a discussion about it. So this is I've been on the board for this is the first time. And again, it was just more of a conversation, nothing changed.
But this time it's only because of two people, not only, but because of two people. So is that the reason?
That was my primary concern, that there's been meetings where we missed one, but not two, and that was why.
It's not because people are generally on vacation in the early months of October and they want to get it out of that time. It's nothing to do with it. Okay. Just wanted to.
No, fair question.
Okay.
Anyone else?
We just took a quick roll call. We're totally fine with it. We're available on the 16th as far as CPC is concerned.
Mr. Yule and then Mr. Hogarth.
Jeff Ewell, 4117 Park Street. I think all the points are actually important to take into consideration. But I think the point that having the entire team at a meeting, a town meeting, is really important to the community, that they get the full understanding that the select board will be there in its entirety to represent the whole town. It's a very important aspect. If you just have partial, then you get yourself into a situation where you have people wondering why didn't they come, or they should have been there, or they should have been able to postpone it. So you don't want to get into that dialogue throughout the town. So having everybody there is a good reason for postponing it to the 16th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abby Hurlbut, Chair of the North Reading Finance Committee. The problem that we have as a Finance Committee is that according to
Address, please, Mrs.
I'm sorry, what?
Address.
1 Green Meadow Drive, North Reading, Massachusetts, 01864.
Thank you.
The problem that we have, and we have not taken a vote or talked about it, I did send out an email to all the members to ask if they knew of upcoming business trips or conventions or something that would get in their way of a different date. The problem we have is that the town charter requires the Finance Committee to vote on any money article in the warrant before it can be presented to town meeting. So if we don't have all the numbers in advance so that we can vote, which would mean that we don't have to have a quorum necessarily at town meeting, then town meeting won't be able to vote on those warrant articles. So that's a dilemma. And I know that there are at least 2 members that will not be able to attend on the 16th.
What a, from your straw poll, for lack of a better way to put it, would you have a quorum?
Maybe. You know, there are 3 people that have other plans. All right, I have to have 5 for a quorum. Okay, so far I'm okay. But that assumes that nobody gets sick, nobody breaks their leg, etc.
And then just a question, just because I think Mr. O'Leary also brought it up for us. Can the Finance Committee vote ahead?
Yes, the Finance Committee can vote in advance of town meeting and not have to have a quorum at town meeting. But that assumes that we have all the money numbers and everything else that we want or need, and that there are no members of the Finance Committee that feel it's really important to see the town meeting presentation. And I can't tell you what that's going to be like. I don't know when we're going to get the numbers. Sometimes we get them half an hour before town meeting. Not all the numbers, but occasionally a number. And sometimes we have them a week or so. It's very hard to tell. And that's the dilemma.
So a quick question, is there any associate members that you'd be able to grab if you didn't have a quorum?
Associate members cannot vote.
Can't vote.
They don't count towards the quorum, and they can't vote. So that's the dilemma. I have tickets to fly to the West Coast, which I bought a long time ago, on the 16th. Fortunately, I bought those with frequent flyer miles, so I can put those miles back in and leave on the 17th if there are tickets available or something like that. So I'm willing to do that. But I can't tell these other people, yeah, no, you can't go to that conference in New Orleans. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do that.
I would just like to note and commend Mrs. Hurlbert for that statement, that she would be willing to change the date of going to see her family to be at town meeting, and I thank you for that.
Well, it's the reason why I'm leaving right after that, because my other kids from Seattle are leaving tomorrow morning.
But it just shows the commitment.
No, I mean, I've driven down from Maine for a meeting at 5 o'clock, you know, and driven back the next morning.
Thank you.
So I make an effort, and it's not easy, and there are lots of times when, you know, so I can't give you a straight answer. We are meeting on the 10th, tomorrow night, and we will meet again because we still don't really have numbers available. And I'll see how, all I asked the committee was not how they felt about a change, but if they knew now that there would be a conflict. And I actually said the 16th because at some point that was the date being bounced around. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Sure. Mr. Gilberto, is there anyone on the Zoom who would like to have a question?
To those participating at home on Zoom, anybody seeking to comment? Not seeing any.
Can I ask, just a follow-up on Mrs. Herbert's question, that is there any chance, especially if there was a delay of the week, which that would be roughly, that we'd have all the numbers that finance needs? Hypothetically, the ones that usually don't come in till the day or night of.
I'm going to kind of go through you and look to the finance director. We do have some financial information available, not much. There still are very much rapidly developing circumstances for capital projects that will need to be considered, and in that situation and in the situation of potential budget transfers, we often don't know until the days leading right up to town meeting. So we will have some numbers, but
I'm not talking, I'm just...
But the likelihood is there will be at least one unknown item that we're still working through, you know, in the days leading up to town meeting. And whether it's the 7th or 16th, what we know that night will be what we'll be able to act on, whichever date it is. I know that's not a great answer, but that's an honest answer.
Ms. Gonzalez?
It just seems to me that if we were going to have it on the 7th, those are the numbers we would have to work with. So whatever we have by the 16th is what we will have to work with, right? I mean, it's giving you another week to get numbers in.
But I think she's saying they have to vote if they're not formed.
But they could vote as if it was on the 7th. That's the numbers they would have had.
But I think if you had more up-to-date numbers.
And maybe you will, but I'm just saying if it was on the 7th, that's all you would have
So
had.
meaning,
So
so
it's like a bonus week.
hypothetically,
But it's not. It won't be on the
so
16th.
hypothetically, if we pretended for the sake of budget that the date did not move, just trying to summarize Mrs. Gonzalez, is that actually viable? Where you pretend it's still the 7th, and
Right.
if something comes up on Tuesday the 8th, well, no, we're basing it on, oh, great, hindsight is 2020, but really there is no hindsight in the situation. No, you don't want to answer.
I'm not sure the question. You can't
The
even.
question is, like, if we finalize the numbers based if we were gonna do it the 7th, and then it just like, imagine we have a really big continuation of town meeting until the 16th.
We would adjust for
Right.
whatever new information became available.
What if we just pretended we couldn't adjust?
Exactly.
We
That's
would
what
make
she's
the
saying.
decisions based upon what was known at that point in time. I mean, that's the best that we can do.
Any other thoughts, Mr. O'Leary, Mr. Wallner?
Doesn't sound very good to me. I mean, if we have new information on the 15th, that's going to affect how people vote for things. We need to bring that forward.
Well, we would.
So,
But they have to be able to have a quorum to be able to approve that, or to decline it, right? That's what you said it was.
Not at town meeting, but we have to,
Before.
if I don't have a quorum at town meeting, then we need to have voted all the warrant articles of the money prior to town meeting.
So if an emergency meeting needed to be scheduled to capture a quorum, would you be willing to do that?
Yeah, we'll have several meetings.
I know, yeah.
I mean, that's.
I know you are, you're always willing to.
The issue is the
Absolutely.
numbers will be there.
all right.
I commend you, for sure.
Okay. So, kind of see where we're at here.
The only other concern I have is just the school committee, have they been advised?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I can tell you that I've been in contact with the superintendent of schools, and they are aware of the potential change of the date. To the extent the school committee has discussed it, that I don't know, but I do know the school administration's aware.
To that point, same actions with finance committee, are they able to vote before town meeting?
Yes.
School
The
committee
select
typically.
board can vote before town meeting.
Well, we will for most, so.
That was my point. We could make our recommendations before town meeting also and not change the date. Rather than inconveniencing everybody else, take care of business ourselves and.
So, I wanted to have this discussion just to hear from everybody, because there's good points all around. I agree. It's not about an inconvenience. My bigger concern is the finance aspect of it, because I've seen what goes into it. And as much as for 1 second when you brought up that point, Mrs. Gonzalez, I thought it could actually work. And I swear I'm not trying to get out of a town meeting, anyone. My concern is that I know as a select board, we can vote on the majority of this before. Like, I just know that for a fact, because it's our committee. I've seen the votes, but I have seen that sometimes that, my fear is that if we use your idea, which is actually a pretty good one, but if
Thank you.
something's substantial, someone's gonna say you had the chance to change it and you didn't. And that's my concern, that if something just pops up in that
Yeah.
week that could have made a difference, and then we said, no, we already decided we weren't gonna do it, that just opens up a whole other thing. So, even though I wanted the discussion, at this point, I am leaning towards affirming the October 7th date for those purposes, and this is why I wanted the discussion. But we have to take a motion unless there's anything else. Mr. Gilberto.
More for the record than anything else, for those who don't know, the town does have a charter provision that requires the town meeting be held, the fall annual town meeting be held in October, that it be held on a date that does not conflict with a state or federal holiday or a religious holiday. The second one can be a little more challenging because when you Google religious holidays, you get quite a lengthy list. of various significance depending upon the particular faith. I will just note, and I'm going to get the pronunciation wrong, but there is a Jewish holiday of Sukkot, S-U-K-K-O-T. Mr. Wall, did I get that right? Did I pronounce that right?
But it's not a
Not-
holiday.
Not a major holiday, but I just more want to state it for the record that, you know, we did look at that. We believe it's not a major holiday. This date that we're talking about, this alternative, is the evening before the first day of the holiday, but I just want that stated, that I recognize that and advise you of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Have I advised properly? That's okay.
Is that right?
Sukkot is on the October 16th, but that's not a high holiday, so I didn't consider
No,
it.
it's a harvest celebration.
Mr. Chair, quick question, just process-wise, if there's anything that we weren't able to vote on, or if there's any new information that we will need to vote on before town meeting, similar to June, if there's no quorum in the select board, what happens?
Can't vote on it, so I hope none three of you guys get sick.
Just the recommendation that was previously made stands,
Can't change it.
or you have no recommendation, that's all.
But we'll try
Oh,
to,
I got an idea though. Could we do virtual? Or that, could you?
For town meeting, I don't think we can.
No, but it's pre-town meeting. It's before town meeting. Like when we get together.
Mr. Chairman, through you,
Please.
I have had some conversation with the chair about alternatives given the situation, and one alternative could be a virtual meeting of the select board as soon as the Friday before the town meeting or the day of the town meeting, where the board could take its votes, if need be, based on whatever latest information has come to light.
Yeah,
That is an alternative.
that sounds like a reasonable.
so,
Could you make yourself available? Because usually it's a half an hour.
I can't promise when, I mean, I might be on a plane, I might be,
Yeah.
but we can,
I can't
so,
promise, but I could, if I could, I would.
again, this is why I wanted the discussion, right? And this is why it's a public discussion. So everybody can give their input and then it just, you know, but we have to do what's right for the town. And on that, I mean, it's, Ms. Gonzalez, is anything else you want to add?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Massey? Good. Gentlemen? Mr. Massey, can I have the motion to reaffirm the 7th? Please.
Mr. Chair, I move to affirm the date for the 2024 Fall Annual Town Meeting as October 7th, 2024.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? Oh, excuse me, I had to close the public hearing. The public hearing is closed. Thank you. Do I have to reread the motion? Mr. O'Leary, do I have to reread the motion or no?
Probably.
One more time.
Mr. Chairman, I move to affirm the date for the 2024 Fall Annual Town Meeting as October 7th, 2024.
Second again.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we're gonna quickly introduce and welcome the Director of Veteran Services because, you know, I don't want to extend our welcome and keep him here till 10, so.
Because he might reconsider it.
Please, Mr.
He's
Gilberto.
signed the contract, he's a little bit at least. You can have a seat right there, TJ. It's all right. Pleased to introduce TJ Tedeschi, our new Veteran Services Director. TJ joined the Town of North Reading team last Wednesday morning. We're pleased to have him at our department head meeting for an introduction, and I know he's been getting visits from residents over the past week. A little bit about TJ. He is a Marine Corps officer, having spent 21 years on active duty and retiring as a Mustang Major on September 1st, 2014. He enlisted in Boston in 1992 and spent nearly a decade as an enlisted Marine, attaining the rank of Staff Sergeant. He has a maritime experience aboard three naval vessels, the USS Blue Ridge, USS Bataan, pronounce that right?
You did.
And the SS Wright, and he served in Africa, Central and East Asia, Europe, and the Middle East, including Operations Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom. Personal decorations include Naval Aircrew Wings, Presidential Service Badge awarded by President Clinton, Bronze Star Medal for actions in Afghanistan, Meritorious Service Medal, Navy and Marine Corps Commendation Medal, and the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal. He's a proud father of twins, 23-year-old sons, Scott and Ryan. So first, thank you for your service. TJ comes to us from the Veterans Service District, Metro West, serving 5 communities, 6 offices in 5 communities, I believe you had. So I think we're excited to have him here. He's excited to be able to focus on our community and the needs in our community to follow Susan Magner and to work with our Veteran Services committees. So TJ, welcome.
Thank you.
To the public, yeah, you're welcome to stop in and see TJ in the office. We've done a little bit of reconfiguring in the front office there. Kathy and TJ have switched seats, but have some space open there, and I'd love to have him visit. He would love to have a visit.
Mr. O'Leary?
Well, welcome, and again, thank you for your service, and you're going from 5 or 6 communities down to 1, this should be a piece of cake for you.
I'm looking forward to it. Absolutely, Mr. O'Leary.
Like I say, Sue did a wonderful job for us as far as outreach to veterans, and reached more veterans than we have ever before, and I've been assured that, you're looking to expand the outreach so that the veterans get everything they're entitled to, and you're well experienced, and we're fortunate to have you, and welcome you aboard. If you need support, I'm sure you have it. So, welcome,
Thank you.
and look forward to meeting you individually and saying hello.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This will be a huge task. We've seen how Sue Magner had to run around to make things happen, so you'll be asked to do a lot of things that go beyond the job description, but it sounds like based on your background, you'll do that and more to take care of the people who need your help. So thank you very much for joining us. Glad to have you on board.
Thank you, Ms. Wallen.
Mr. Massey?
Welcome to you. No, I've heard a lot of great things about you, seeing your resume and everything, so welcome to town. I know you're fitting great.
Thanks, sir.
Personally, want to thank you for your service. I've been the Veterans Events Committee liaison for the past almost 5.5 years. So
Great.
looking forward to meeting with you and supporting you. This is a very supportive board in town for our veterans. Happy to say. And I don't know what is it, Mustang?
Enlisted officer.
That's what that means? I never heard that phrase before. No. Very good. Yeah, welcome. Looking forward to seeing all that you can do and help all our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks, Mr. Collins.
The closest I had was a 65 Mustang that I owned one.
Following the footsteps of Mrs. Magner can be difficult because she did so much. However, you got dealt a pretty good hand because she was the last one to hold it. She did a lot. I mean, I saw just the increase that she was able to do since I've been in the boards, 2020, even going above and beyond and almost looking like she didn't miss a beat during COVID when you still had to support that group, but it just wasn't as simple anymore. You couldn't just go knock on the door. There was, So, but welcome. I mean, we look forward to it. It's an important position, and I'm happy we found someone that, meets the requirements.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Stick around if you want. We'll be here for a while.
Yeah, don't feel compelled. Yeah.
Thanks, TJ.
Okay. Our next item, we're only 27 minutes behind and I skip a few things, so I guess that's okay.
It's right on time for us.
I'm trying not to that.
Yes, you're not looking like
So,
such a show off tonight, Mr.
No, I'm
Stewart.
not. So tonight we have, want to thank everyone. I want to thank the Community Planning Commission, Representative Jones, Senator Tarr. And tonight really the purpose of this meeting is to get as much information out to the public as possible about the MBTA. We're going to touch on the auxiliary dwelling units, so people can not only make an informed decision, but put together questions that they need that they still didn't get clarification on, because after this joint meeting we're having, there is a public hearing that the CPC is having, and I believe it's next week, the 17th, I don't want to, Tuesday. But then also, a second opportunity before town meeting for the public to be heard and ask questions will be when the select board goes over the warrant article on the 30th. That is also a public hearing. So today, the focus is that we have the committee in town, the elected commission, who has been working on this and talking about this a lot, and then our two representatives who were, in the room when the sausage was being made, for lack of a better way to put it. So, and then again, please make sure that anything you hear that you want a clarification on, very important public hearing next week with the Community Planning Commission, and then a further discussion on the 30th. And then, of course, there's town meeting, which, as everyone knows, I will not be at. So,
Nor will I.
just to keep repeating it, so.
And we're not going together, don't start talking.
Mr. Gilberto, please.
Mr. Chairman, through you, do we have a 4-item agenda for this joint meeting? The first is appointments to the Economic Development Committee. I believe there are 3 candidates. So we want to take that and sort of settle that business. I believe there are motions for the appointments in the packet. Mr. Massey, do you see those?
Mr. Chairman, I move to place in nomination the following name for reappointment to the Economic Development Committee to expire. Maria Frasero, full, September 9, 2027. Vincenzo Studo, associate, May 31, 2025. Caitlin Sullivan, associate, September 9, 2027.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. This is a roll call, name call,
Both boards.
excuse me, for both.
Do you want
They're going to need a
to
motion.
read the same motion, or? Do we have a motion, Danielle?
I don't think we do have that motion.
You want to copy?
Yeah.
Just to bring
And then,
everyone up.
if you want to read it.
Watch that wire, it's making me nervous.
It's a third appointment, so the one
Thank you.
I mean, you're in a joint meeting.
Right, so I think the,
Mr. Chairman, through
Thank you,
you,
Nick.
I think the single motion will suffice. We just need to take the roll.
Okay,
If you want to
that's
call it
fine.
after
that's
the-
what we do,
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's what we normally do,
Well,
just following the custom.
Any further discussion?
I just didn't get her last name, Maria.
for Cheryl.
For Sarah, F-R-E-C-C-E-R-O.
F-R-E-C-C, for Cheryl.
So I'll just go around. Is Mr. Pierce on?
Yes. Yes.
Hold on, I gotta find, I see him, yep. Ask him to unmute.
She's on-
Mr. Pierce, if you can hear us, I just asked you to unmute. You should be able to say yes to do that.
There you go.
Mr. Pierce?
unmuted myself.
Okay.
Welcome, Mr. Pierce. Would you like to kick us off with the 3 names?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear them all, thank you.
Okay, then we'll come back. Mr. Rudloff?
I nominate Maria Facero, Caitlin Sullivan, and Vincenzo Studo.
Mr. Griffin?
I nominate Maria Frasero, Vincenzo Studo, and Caitlin Sullivan.
Sorry, I forgot your last name. That sounds
Murphy.
so common.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I nominate Maria Frasero, Vincenzo Studo, and Caitlin Sullivan.
Thank you. Mr. O'Leary?
Maria Frasero, for full, Vincenzo Studo, associate, Caitlin Sullivan, associate.
Mr. Wallner?
Maria Fricero, Vincenzo Studo, and Caitlin Sullivan.
Mr. Massey?
Should be wondering, why didn't you get the long term?
Huh?
Why didn't you get the long term? Why'd you get cut off from the term?
What did I get? I don't know.
Oh, sorry, because is your, you
Yeah,
might be
fine.
up then. Yeah.
Don't make commitments
Mr.
for me.
Mr. Chairman,
All right. Maria Facero, Vincenzo Studo, Caitlin Sullivan.
Mrs. Gonzalez?
Maria Forchero, Vincenzo Studo, Caitlin Sullivan.
Mr. Pierce?
Maria Michelle Vincent, Studo, and I'm sorry, the last one is?
Caitlin Sullivan.
I don't have a good, I'm in Pennsylvania, so I'm not getting a good read here, so.
Caitlin Sullivan is the last name.
Kate Sullivan, thank you.
And the chairs Maria Verchero, Vincenzo Studo, and Caitlin Sullivan. Okay.
Excellent.
Do we want to sign the warrant?
It's not, I think not, because you still have a discussion to have that may affect the
Oh, I
warrant.
see, yep.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, through you, the next item of business was to discuss the MBTA 3A zoning. For the board members, and I believe for the planning commission members, we had an opinion, an updated opinion, responding to frequently asked questions that Attorney Eichmann prepared and we submitted in the packet. We also included an abbreviated version of a very lengthy presentation on the MBTA communities, as well as a graphic that referred to the various potentially impacted grant programs and what the town has or may receive with regard to those. So I think everyone has seen all that information. My impression from the last conversation we had was that we wanted to focus first on the frequently asked questions. I know Attorney Eichmann is prepared to speak to that. We certainly can start there if that's what folks want to do. I'll defer to you.
Why don't we start there and then we'll round robin with the questions that are going to come from us. Mr. O'Leary.
Maybe we want to hear from our state rep and state senator too, as far as the genesis and what is it?
Did you have a
We'll get
prepared
into the
statement?
frequently asked questions? I don't know.
If you had a prepared
It's up to
statement,
you.
fine. If not, if you want to wait for the...
Bruce never has.
He's never had to write anything down.
So,
He's pretty good on the fly.
well,
It doesn't, I mean,
why don't we hear from Mr. Eichmann and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope this is clear. If anybody can't hear me, please let me know. Yes?
Town council, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. Can we share this to the public to look at? Any questions, please?
Thank you, Sean.
Bear with me one moment, I should be able to do that.
Is this in our packet, the question?
It is, yes. I'll give you the page number, Mrs.
Okay.
Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Page 21.
Correct. And I'll share it for each, beginning with page 21. I think we can get started. Attorney Eichmann, that's what we're going to do.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, this is, these questions were submitted prior to the select board meeting before the spring annual town meeting. We discussed them then. I'm happy to go over them one at a time now, if that is assisting either board. In lieu of that, I might suggest that I concentrate my remarks on questions that have arisen since that time. In particular, question 6 here, which refers to the age limit restriction on Martin's Landing properties. If that would be okay with the chair.
Please.
Start from the beginning. Start right from the beginning.
Maybe a summary. You don't have to...
Just to remind people.
And just emphasize what you think is most important on the ones that have already been discussed.
Okay, that's fine.
and also, you know, how many communities you represent, how many MBTA communities?
Thank you. Mr. O'Leary has reminded me to remind you that KP Law, who is town council in this town, represents approximately 50 of the towns of the 177 towns that are subject to the MBTA zoning bylaw, Section 3A of 48. We have answered numerous questions about this over the course of time since this was enacted. We have quite a bit of experience with it. That doesn't mean we know all the answers. Obviously, we do not, because there is a lawsuit right now trying to ask some questions about how this is going to be enforced. We're all familiar with that. That is the Attorney General's suit against the town of Milton, alleging that they are not in compliance with the statute. So, starting from the beginning, as requested, our first question here, and I think maybe we should go to number 1, please, since we're going to start from the beginning. This question was asked early on, is North Reading an MBTA community? I have not heard any further questions about this. This is established by statute, as it says here. North Reading is already designated. The zoning act, the MBTA act did not make North Reading an MBTA community. It already was one. The zoning act simply said that the requirements to adopt a multifamily zoning district were going to apply to these communities that already were MBTA communities. The purpose of that was to concentrate development for much needed housing in the Commonwealth in locations that are served by mass transit. Number 2, North Reading need to comply. The answer to that is yes. The language of the statute says shall comply. As everyone is aware, there's a lawsuit now pending in front of the Supreme Judicial Court questioning as to how that particular provision, the shall, may be enforced. The Attorney General has filed suit saying that asking a court to allow it or give it injunctive relief, in other words, a court may order a town to do what a town refuses to do. That's the question, that's the primary question before the court. That has not been decided yet. Arguments will be heard on that case the first week approximately of October. At that time, the court will have to render a decision. We don't have a date for when that will happen. So in the interim, it says shall. Shall means that the town must comply and all the other towns must comply. The penalties for non-compliance are set forth in the statute at this point. Those are, as you can see, an MBTA community that fails to comply shall not be eligible for certain state grant funds. There were 3 initially listed. There are now 4. The statute was amended. There's been a suggestion that the EOHLC, which is authorized to promote guidelines, issue guidelines, which it has, may add grant programs to that list. That's also before the SJC as to whether that can be done. But at this point, we have 4 grant programs that, pursuant to the statute, town would lose access to if it does not comply. Number 3. And this, number 3, what makes a community an MBTA community, was a vote required for the town to achieve this status. And this goes back to number 1, which is, by law, it already is an MBTA community. That's been established by prior law. The MBTA Community Act, the zoning act we're talking about, simply applied the zoning requirement to these communities. Number 4. Does the town need to comply with the 0.5 mile distance requirement stated in section 3A? The answer to that is yes. As you can see, the statute is cited here. When an MBTA community has less than 100 acres of 100 acres of developable station area within its boundaries, the community may locate the multifamily zoning anywhere within its boundaries. If, however, it does, it must locate the district within 1/2 mile of the area. Yes, it's in the statute. That language says you must comply. North Reading, I understand, is exempt, which means that they don't have enough area. They don't have a transit station, so they don't have to comply with the 0.5 miles border. So North Reading can put the district in a different location. It does not have to be 1/2 mile from that station. Number 5. Here we are at Martin's Landing. It's an existing 55-plus residential development proposed to be included within the MBTA zoning district. I think, as we're all familiar, the proposed zoning district, which was proposed at town meeting, referred to committee, and is now potentially on the warrant for the upcoming town meeting. That is going to be an overlay district, including 2 properties. One of those properties is the property now occupied by the Martin's Landing development, which is a condominium development. The other property is the Edgewood apartment complex next door. Those are the two properties that will be in this district. The question was, can this property qualify as eligible land under MBTA zoning, community zoning? The answer is yes. The fact that it's developed does not prevent its inclusion. The point of Section 3A of the Zoning Act is to make it possible to develop zoning within these areas once the zoning is in place for that. It does not mandate zoning. It never has. And in fact, the compliance guidelines state as such. One thing I wanted to emphasize here, this is not in the questions, but what the statute does is mandate that the town adopt a zoning bylaw. Zoning bylaws do not change existing lawful uses that are in existence under zoning. So as far as Martin's Landing development goes, and as far as the Edgewood development goes, those are existing uses that the town has permitted under the zoning that existed at the time. Those are lawful developments under zoning. A new zoning bylaw or amendment, whether it's MBTA or whether it's any other amendment, does not apply to these developments as long as they remain in their present state. If they want to change, then it may apply. But it does not require those developments to do anything, is to not require them to change. That's part of the state zoning act right now. MBTA zoning did not change that. We tend to refer to this as grandfathering, which is no longer a word we're allowed to use, but legal non-conforming uses remain without effect by subsequent zoning bylaws. So that's the first point about Martin's Landing. The second point I want to make here, and we'll go to section 6 or question 6 because this is where it comes up. So Martin's Landing, as I mentioned, and I'm sure many people in the room are aware, Martin's Landing is a 55+ development. There's a requirement in the master deed. It's a condominium development. It was developed by Pulte Homes when they bought the property from the town. They applied for site plan review and a variance to develop a large multifamily development on the site. That was permitted by the towns through site plan review. That use was allowed by right at the time. There was no requirement in the zoning bylaws at the time, nor was there a requirement in any of the permits that the town issued that development be 55+. That 55+ requirement was inserted by the developer in the condominium documents. So on record, you will see the master deed for that development. That master deed, which applies to every unit owner, requires that residency be limited to 55+. At least one person has to be 55+ residing in each unit. That requirement is also repeated and replicated in the trust declaration, which establishes the condominium association, which is how the unit owners govern the condominium. So it's both, at this point, a 55+ requirement is not a town requirement. It's a private requirement. It's an interest in land that's held by each one of the unit owners. It's also a contractual right that benefits the unit owners through their condominium association. MBTA zoning cannot take that away. Zoning doesn't operate to take away property rights, private property rights. It can restrict their use. In this case, it does not, for reasons we just discussed, but it cannot strip them. So the 55+ requirement will stay because it's in the master deed. It's also in your declaration of trust for your condominium association. The only way that can change is if the unit owners of the condominium agree to change it. And that would be done pursuant to the bylaws of the condominium. Edgewood, the same thing applies, although it's not a condominium. The owner of that property can change the use of that property. Of course, not easy. There are 300 odd apartments in there. If the owner wanted to put that property to a different use, let's say a use that would be allowed by MBTA zoning, the owner could do that, assuming they dealt with all the people that live in the apartments now. But the use that's there now will remain legal if MBTA zoning passes. It does not change the legality of that use. Number 7. shall not be eligible for grant programs. Other programs have been added since. Is this consistent with the law? This is talking about the penalties that the statute provides for compliance. One of the things that the lawsuit is looking at is whether there are other penalties for compliance other than what's stated in the statute. Specifically, as I mentioned before, the Attorney General is claiming that a court may order a town to come into compliance or may institute such measures to require the town, whatever. Basically, one of the things they talked about is appointing a master to draft the zoning bylaw if the town refuses. That has not been determined. That is what the AG is asking for. Right now, all it says is if you don't comply, you lose access to grant funds. The question here is, can the state add other grant programs to this list? So to add them to the statute, you need an enactment of the legislature. However, it's not exactly a simple question as to whether other grant programs that the state administers could, as a grant requirement going forward, make a requirement that compliance with the MBTA is a requirement of getting grants. I think that's an open question. I think, frankly, that it's very likely that those grant programs could do that as long as it's consistent with those programs. But that has not happened yet. But there is an emphasis from at least the EOHLC, which is the administrative agency that administers this, that they will attempt to do this. We don't know that yet. Can a zoning bylaw amendment comply with 3A? Can a zoning bylaw amendment to comply with 3A overrule and negate a condominium association regulation? We talked about this, number of bedrooms, affordability. The answer to that is flatly no. It cannot change contractual rights. It cannot change property rights. Everything that makes Martin's Landing what it is in terms of membership and governance remains the same. Number 9 is the Attorney General seeking to have a third party appointed by a judge. Yes, that's one of the types of relief the Attorney General is seeking. Again, it's uncertain whether that will be successful. 10, can wetlands be filled in North Reading and then replicate in another community? The answer is here, I really can't improve on it. There's no requirement that replication take place in the exact community where the wetlands are being taken, but there are practical requirements that suggest that in almost every instance it's going to be close or nearby. Could it be in another community? Possibly. 11, are aquifer protection districts not protected if rezoned within the parameters of 3A? Zoning amendments amend the zoning bylaws as they state. There is no amendment before town meeting, nor is there one proposed to amend the aquifer protection districts. In that case, there will be no elimination. Those districts will remain. Can a community that's complied with 3A be brought out of compliance after the fact? The answer to that is essentially, it appears that it can. This is one of the more difficult, I think, questions about MBTA zoning. It's not hard to see how changes in zoning in the town after it complies could bring it out of compliance. For instance, if the town were to revoke what it already voted to bring it into compliance. And one would assume at that point that there would be whatever penalties were available that the state could impose upon the town. Whether the town can be brought out of compliance by actions other than those taken by the town, I think is an open question. To my mind, it would seem somewhat inequitable to put the burden on the town for controlling private property rights that might change how the town is compliant. For instance, a piece of property that's available for zoning would be put under a permanent conservation restriction. It would then essentially wipe out zoning rights. That's a private transaction. Would the town be responsible then for zoning other land? We don't know the answer to that question, and we don't have any guidance on that. Does the town have the authority to determine the quantum of vote? The answer is no. It's established by statute. Could the town ask to change that? Yes, it could. A special act, a request for a special act could be filed It's highly unlikely that the legislature, we have our legislators here, they can address this, but I think it's highly unlikely the legislature would consider a proposal to change the quantum of vote for zoning amendments for one town. That's a statewide quantum of vote. Is there a process by which property owners potentially impacted can petition to increase the quantum of vote? And yes, there is. It's the special act process, petition town meeting, which would then authorize the select board to seek special legislation for a different quantum of vote. That's the list of questions. I did see through the darkness here. Yeah, where'd all the lights go? Thank you.
Thank you.
Just making sure I covered everything I had on my list on the issues that have developed since these questions were first addressed. Proposed bylaw. No, I think that does it. The summary here, particularly with respect to the properties that will be in this district, is that the change in use of those properties lies in the hands of the owners of that property. Zoning cannot change that use. All zoning does is make it possible to change the use, but that will depend on the owners. That's it.
I'd like to go to Representative Jones and Senator Tarr, and then see any opinions or insight they can give us, and then I will rotate between the Select Board and the Community Plan Commission for any questions, comments, and so forth.
Well, I think most people know sort of the history in that this was part of the economic development bond bill that was debated during sort of the COVID session of 2019, 2020. It was reconciled and passed by the legislature on January 6th, 2021, a date that may ring a bell, and was signed into law. And obviously, I don't speak for Bruce, but I think it's kind of taken on more of a life than I think was originally intended. Both Senator Tarr and I have offered some amendments along the way, some of which have had votes, others which just had discussion, to try to create some relief, realizing that not every community that has to deal with this is situated in the same circumstance, whether you have your own water, your own sewer, whether there's other infrastructure concerns, and we've been unsuccessful to this point trying to generate that relief. Whether that changes remains to be seen. Obviously, the development of the regulations has added sort of these other categories of funds that may be held against the town, and sort of you can still apply for the funds, but the scoring of your application will take into account whether you're in compliance. So I make the analogy to a student that may still be allowed to turn in a paper late, but realizes that at that point the best grade you can get is 10 points lower. So even if it's the most perfect application, you already start out with kind of a deficit. And I know there's been some discussion about some of the programs either statutorily that we would be precluded from receiving, and some that may be by virtue of discretion. And I know there's MassWorks is the one that's talked about. One of the things I think the town should bear in mind is, we evaluate, I think we've received one MassWorks grant. I think we're actually a recipient now of another one in conjunction with the town of Wilmington. But the precursor to MassWorks was PWED, and the town had received some PWED grants. There may be certain MVP grants. I think the precursor to MVP was probably self-help and urban self-help, which obviously was the Hillview Country Club, and then parlayed into Dietrich for a park. So there's still a lot up there. I think the other piece that gets factored into this now, from my perspective, is the ADU question, which is now accessory dwelling units by right, and that's something else the town has to kind of grapple with, and what that means in terms of communities having to deal with this. And somewhat frustrating that that's kind of hitting at the same time that towns are still dealing with this MBTA community piece.
So I guess just to add a couple of points. Number one, it is important to remember that this particular law came into being, as Brad referenced and as council has referenced, as part of a much larger law, which was an economic development bill, which actually authorized $626 million in spending for economic development in our communities. And like most of those very large omnibus bills, they're very multifaceted. There are a number of things in them. This was a component of that. But it's also important to remember that because that bill authorized bonding, it required a 2/3 vote of both the House and the Senate, which it received. It was overwhelmingly approved by both the House and the Senate, not because it included this particular provision, but because it included many other provisions which are tremendously beneficial to communities all across the Commonwealth. We often get asked these days what the appetite is in the legislature to modify the law, because we have heard concerns about it. And as Brad referenced, we have had personal experience trying to modify the law. He has offered amendments. I have offered amendments on numerous occasions, and they have not been met with success. And in fact, they have been overwhelmingly rejected. And so I don't think it would be inappropriate to speculate that there isn't much appetite at the present time to change this law anytime in the near future. Now, folks may say, well, why would there be that resistance? Why would it be so overwhelming? One of the responses that we get when we ask that question is that the law is so new, it would be inappropriate to make changes to it already. I think it's fair to say that Brad and I have a different opinion about that. I feel very strongly that we should allow an additional year for communities to comply with this law. I've offered that amendment. Brad has offered that amendment, because there is a degree of complexity. I mean, the questions that council so adeptly answered testify to that, the fact that this is a complex situation. This is a zoning change. And we believe very firmly that additional time should be allowed. But we can also say pretty plainly that that is not something that is going to be a possibility in the near future. In addition, Brad and I both have offered amendments to create an appeals process. One of the things that the guidance makes reference to, that EHOLC, Housing and Livable Communities, has produced, is that we should take into account things like wastewater capacity and drinking water capacity and those kind of things. We essentially took those concerns and converted them into an amendment and said that if a community is having issues with those things, it should be able to appeal for relief from EOHLC to be able to ask for a change, a reduced requirement, some modification. Again, those attempts were very sweepingly rejected. And so we've made those attempts to modify the law. So I think it's fair to say that there won't be any legislative change to this law, certainly in this legislative session, and I doubt in the next legislative session. And so for those that may be waiting for something to change, I don't think that's going to be in the offing. Similarly, as it was stated again by council, the SJC does have one case pending before it where Milton was the defendant, and the plaintiff in that case is the Attorney General of the Commonwealth. There's also another lawsuit that's pending in the courts that was brought by a group of residents in the town of Rockport, claiming that the law is unsound for a variety of reasons that I won't get into. Those actions will be heard in due time. The SJC is going to hear at least one of those cases. My guess is they'll probably consolidate them and hear them together sometime in October, but that does not mean that a decision will be rendered in October. I think the court is sensitive to the timeliness of this issue and will try to render a decision in a timely fashion, but there is no guarantee of that, and it's difficult to speculate as to what that might be. Ultimately, the issue of the legal soundness and the constitutionality of this law depends on what the court rules. We can all have our opinions. I have mine. I'm sure there's many people in this room that have theirs. But ultimately, until a judge opines, we won't have an ultimate adjudication of that issue. So, Mr. Chairman, that's an overview from my perspective, and I know that we'd be happy to answer questions.
Mr. Oliver, would someone from your commission like to go first?
I mean, sure. I get a few questions and appreciate the presentation. A few questions just on the presentation, though, is on number 8.
Can we get a microphone over to?
Not here on my area.
That's good, yeah.
I'm usually pretty loud. And it's showing me there, so it must be good.
Okay.
All right. You had in there that or the question was, can a zoning bylaw overrule an HOA? I think the question that's come from, in our meetings, because we've had a number of them, and then the questions I've given to Danielle to ask council has been more specific, can state law overrule an HOA? And from other attorneys, we're told that's yes. So I just wanted to see if you could clarify that, because we never asked council if a zoning bylaw can overrule an HOA. We were already told by other attorneys that no. So you're answered a question we already had an answer to, so I just wanted to be clear on that.
Well, just to be clear, the question I answered here was presented to me. I didn't make this question up.
Then maybe it was just relayed wrong.
Yeah, or it may have come from a different source.
Right, yep.
So in the answer to your question, it's a very broad question. It's essentially saying, can state law affect an HOA? It's an extremely broad question. I think the answer to that would have to be yes, it's possible. But as to how it happens, I'd have to have more specifics.
That's good enough. I just wanted to just stick with that. And then on number 4, you said if a community doesn't have a parcel within or 100 acres within 0.5 miles, they can choose another location. Is that actually in the law, or is that just in the regulations that were done in follow-up? So they're not necessarily in the statute, they're just policies. Because I don't find that written in the law, and then you have 2 people there that could tell us if they know. You know?
I can answer that. It's a combination, frankly.
Okay.
The half-mile requirement is in the statute. The interpretation of that allowing towns that don't have that area to choose other areas from the guidelines.
Okay. No, that's good. I just wanted to clarify that. And the other, you'd mentioned that you represent 50, or Mr. O'Leary, 50 of the 177 communities. So of the 16 or 17 that voted no, which represent about 320,000 Massachusetts residents, do you represent any of those towns?
Yes.
Could you tell us which ones?
I don't have a list of them. I actually counted them myself today just to get the numbers. We do have a chart. I don't know how up to date it is. We did file an amicus brief on behalf of the town of Hamilton. You'll see it on the website, protesting about some of the aspects of Chapter 3A. We are filing an amicus brief on behalf of another town I'm not involved in. I don't have the name of that town right now. So we do have involvement on that side of the ledger, so to speak. But I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it's roughly 28% of the 177, so it's maybe 4 of them. Just these are numbers. And the other question was, or really just a point. There's been a lot of importance over here on the presentation of just what's at stake with grants and things. But I want to also put in perspective that. And give the other side, really, because just like I did at the town meeting in June, I tried to provide, and I think most people would say, which is fair, both sides of this argument. And what I'm seeing right now is one side, or I've heard one side, and I'd like to just, again, provide the other side. And the other side is, as it relates to the numbers, and we were given the numbers. So out of the 17 grant programs, 3 of which are the most important, it was $3.2 million, or a small change in some of these other ones, the remaining 14, over 9 years. So again, with almost close to 6,000 taxable parcels, you're looking at, over that 9 years, about $57, a year. So if I'm an insurance salesman and I'm selling a policy that says to each and every one of his North Reading residents, you can let the state take over the rights of your zoning your property. Basically, they're in charge of your property now, what happens to it, or you can pay $57 a year. I bet you I'll sell a lot of policies. Okay, so I just want to point out that as a public official, even though I'm a volunteer, we owe it to people to tell them both sides. And tonight, until I spoke, all we heard is one side. And I don't think that's fair. There is another side to this. So I won't belabor it, but I just want to say that I'd like to see more of the both sides, because I think I displayed that in June, I also made it clear that we, a 5-member board here, I don't want it sitting with us, this vote. I want the entire community to have the opportunity to vote for this. And, you know, we took a lot of heat for that, and people questioned whether we were sincere about it. But we have nothing but respect for the voters of this town, people of this town. We want it to go to town meeting. It's going to town meeting. And we passed it. We had to do a Zoom call because of scheduling, much like you folks, to make sure it made the warrant. And we did that. But I'd like to see people focus on at least just being honest and giving both sides of the argument. Thank you. Back to you.
I always look that way by mistake and start with you guys, so I'm going to turn to the right. Start with Mr. Max.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few questions. My first question was going to say, do you work for Milton?
No.
No. And it was going to cash into what other towns you do work for. You know, I don't know how this goes. Would you be able to share your defense of the other towns that you represent that have voted no?
Well, actually, the brief we filed on behalf of the town of Hamilton is on the SJC website. You can read it there. It makes primarily most of the points that are made by the town of Milton in its brief. Town of Milton, by the way, hired outside counsel to represent them and file that brief, Goodwin and Proctor. It's a very good brief, makes very good points, challenging some of the aspects of the Attorney General's complaint. One, I think, point that needs to be front and center with everyone is that complaint by the AG, Milton's response to that complaint, and nowhere in there is a challenge to the validity of this special act. What is being questioned is how it's enforced. So the SJC will rule on the various questions, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be this act is invalid. It's going to be in place. The question will be, how is it carried forward?
Thank you, Mr. Town Council. The grants, when they changed from 3 to 4, when did they change from 3 to 4?
I don't have the date. I believe it's in 2023, but I could get it if I had my computer, but I don't.
I don't know why. We've been advised 3 grants. Actually, we've been advised 17 grants a few months ago by the CPC, but that I've opined on.
Mr. Chairman, just to answer, it was May 30th, 2023, I believe. Added 4th discretionary grant program, housing warrants, infrastructure program, section 27, chapter 23B.
Next question would be percentage of grants. It's another question I've been asking, I haven't been able to get. Are these grants taken away entirely, i.e. MassWorks? Is this an entirety grant that North Reading's not able to receive, or is this a, hey, you've been receiving X, we're going to cut X in half?
I don't believe that there is a requirement that grants already awarded will be cut at that point in time.
Not grants awarded,
that's the question.
Future grants.
Right. I don't know how that's going to be applied. What I understand is that you will not qualify for those grants if you're not in compliance. As far as North Reading goes, the date for compliance is December 31st of this year. So until that time, that penalty would not be in place. Following that point, if you apply for a grant, assuming it's applied as stated, then the town would not qualify for those grants.
Thank you, Mr. Town Council. A couple more questions here, and they relate to Martin's Landing and Edgewood specifically. Something you said is about Edgewood is if you dealt with all the people in there. So my question here is, I guess the question for Edgewood is because it's renters, so a different scenario, and I ask to say, could the owner of Edgewood tomorrow, that renter's leases up, if the zoning was in place, could they replace that individual units as they go over time, continue to replace people to the new zoning law?
I think, through you, Mr. Chair, as the question's posed, the answer is no. Zoning doesn't deal with ownership. In other words, you don't zone based on who owns the property. You zone based on the use of the property. So right now, the use of that property is multifamily housing. How the contractual and legal relationships of the people that own the property as opposed to the people that are renting there That's a private issue. Zoning doesn't control that. So if that owner wants to make another use of the property, wants to expand that use, he has to deal with the leases that are in place right now. That's not a zoning issue.
Next one was Martin's Landing. You mentioned the present state. If they are not changed from the present state, can you define present state? If they built a shed, would that be altering the property?
The question would be, who are we talking about? Who's they?
You got me there.
Sorry. I didn't mean to get you, but
No, let's just say that the clubhouse they have, they wanted to make an addition to that clubhouse. That would be, I guess, I don't know Martin's Landing very well. That would probably be all residents, all owners association to pay into that. Thank you. I'm fumbling my words a little bit. Thank you. What do you consider an alteration? And how could they quickly change it on the owners of Martin's Landing?
yeah, alteration, and I'm talking about an alteration under the zoning bylaw that is now in place and could be in place if the overlay district is adopted. So the overlay district as proposed isn't going to change anything about how structures are placed on the property. The purpose of that overlay district is simply to allow an additional height of buildings so that the capacity that's required will be reached. Nothing else has been changed about the zoning. So essentially, as to the clubhouse or an expansion of a structure question, the zoning that's right there today will apply to that. So the question would be, okay, do you have room on the property? Are you outside of a setback? What's your lot coverage requirement? All the various dimensional requirements that you see in zoning. You'd also look at the site plan approval that the property has. Does it restrict you to certain things on the property? Do you have to amend that? So there are a number of questions. All that would go to what does the zoning bylaw say about where you can put structures and uses on that property.
Thank you.
Mr. Griffin or Mr. Murphy?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one thing that it comes to mind when we talk about the grants, and I always go back to that, and Dave did a really good job at breaking down what we've received and really what that means to the town. So under the law, there are 4 grants, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the additional ones that we talked about, is it fair to leave those in a presentation if they're not under the law?
I don't know about fair to the presentation. They're in there because they are listed in EOHLC's guidance as potentially being subject. So because those guidelines apply, at least presently, that's why they're listed.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, so those, there were 13 or 14, they were discretionary, and those were only words from the AG. That hasn't been approved through any office or, I don't know, maybe Brad and...
I think there's
Mr.
obviously
Tar.
the 3/4 that are statutory.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then through the development of the regulations as evolved upon the agency by the legislature, thought was adding these into as a way of, again, enforcing compliance, which is, the council said, is one of the issues at question here. And those are, again, when we score your application, have you done this, have you done that, have you done this, have you, the scoring of the application, so you can still apply, but they would deduct certain points. Mr. Massey mentioned other grants. The town of North obviously receives a variety of other grants. Council on Aging grants are formula grants, library grants are formula grants, Chapter 90 is a statutory formula. Those are not part of this discussion.
So I'm just curious, in your opinion, because you know it better than anyone.
I don't know that.
Well, you know better than I, that's for sure. Both of you guys. Do you think that the financial cost to our town would rapidly increase beyond potential grant money due to circumstance by the law?
Based on what's currently there, well, one of the reasons why I brought up some of the other programs we applied for, because those are sort of the original grant, so like PWED. PWED money was used when the town did the lights in the center of town underground and this and that. So I was only throwing that out, so there's a totality of, I know that because you and I, Jeff, have had this discussion about
Yep.
number.
Yep.
And PWED, and I think it was urban self-help or self-help, Steve, was what we used for, and I think those may be the precursor to MVP. So that there's sort of a totality of understanding that something may have a different name now than it did 15 or 20 years ago or 25 years ago. I worry that the grants on the discretionary piece were added outside of what the legislature wrote. Now, obviously, we devolve certain authority whenever there's regulation done, and the regulation's actually far longer than the statute, and that's concerning. And that's why Bruce and I, on both instances, I represent 4 communities, all of which have a different set of issues relative to water, wastewater, schools, all these type of things, different MBTA services. And that's why I find it very frustrating that this is being administered the way that it is.
Right. And one more question. So do both of you gentlemen find that most of the cities and towns that you represent are having a real problem with this?
I represent 4, Bruce, you have what, 19?
I have 19, the majority of which have approved what they hope will be a compliant form of zoning with regard to the overlay district that's required by the law. And I would point out with regard to your prior question that what the law, with regard to the 4 grant programs, the law prohibits eligibility. However, the reverse is not true. If you are compliant with the law, it is not an entitlement. Grants through the Mass Works program, the Housing Choices program, the MVP program, those are not automatic. Every project that's the subject of a grant application is judged competitively. And so I just want to make sure there's no illusion here that if you comply with the law, then you're automatically going to get that grant.
Right.
Okay,
That's not the
that's
case.
fair.
Everything is judged competitively.
Yep, that's fair. And I'm sorry if I have so many questions, but this stuff rattles around in my head all the time.
You asked me my community, so Middleton voted theirs down at town meeting. I don't know if it was by an overwhelming margin, I think it was closer to a couple of the select board members. Obviously, North Reading, we're discussing right now. Reading had a proposal, I think, for 4 or 5 spots. It narrowed it down, I think, coming back with 2, with the goal of going to town meeting this fall with 1 proposal for the town meeting to approve or vote on. And the town of Linfield created kind of a working group that I think is made up of their planning board, maybe the conservation commission, town council, the select board, finance committee, and it had a number of areas. They have crossed some of those off. I believe, and I would only say don't hold me, because I believe they were looking at some areas primarily on Route 1 that would meet paper compliance, but probably wouldn't lead to new housing being built. Linfield.
And one last question. The state of Massachusetts, with their grant programs, do we find that the state at this current time is either dissolving and or diminishing, or cutting time short, or not guaranteeing grants? Do we find that the state right now is favorable with grants, or are they pulling back on grants?
So I want to, first of all, I want to correct something I said earlier when I said a majority of the communities that I represent, a majority of the communities that I represent that have considered the question, because there are still a number that are pending in town meeting in the fall. With regard to grants, I would point out that we just passed the largest housing bond bill in the history of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. That is nearly, it's $5.16 billion ballpark figure. And so there continues to be dollars in the pipeline with regard to grants. I don't know that either Brad and I could offer you tonight a comparative analysis of total grants awarded over, let's say, the last 5 years. But I can suggest to you anecdotally that grants continue to flow, and they continue to flow in fairly sizable numbers.
The purchasing power of those grants may be diminished, but the absolute dollar amount may be.
What was that, Brad?
Can you say that again?
I was going to say that the purchasing amount of those grants may be less than they were, but the absolute dollar amount is probably higher. So basically, a buck doesn't go as far as these.
And again, these are just questions that I know that I've been asked a million times by the public. but a lot, you know what I mean? And I get it all the time because I think that that's important that the town understands and knows exactly what they're leaving on the table if they decide to vote one way or the other. And our job is definitely to bring as much information to them as we can so that when people do show up at town meeting, they know what they're voting on.
Council, do you know when the hearing, the SJC hearing is? You said October here.
Yes, I just heard the day before that they're looking, I believe, at October 9th, if I'm not mistaken, but it may not be, that may not be a solid date.
I was
but-
just curious whether the town meeting might have the advantage of at least having heard oral arguments.
Right, no, that's a good question. And it
Can
may
we
be a
revote
date
that
later.
date?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I know, she's gonna-
Reopen the hearing date.
On the 16th.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Vick. Mr. O'Leary.
Just, I too think it's very important that the public be given the facts and a lot of information, as much information as possible to make an informed decision. First question is, can you clarify again,
Steve, can you speak louder?
can you clarify again that what a zoning bylaw does as opposed to, in relation to the owner's determinations as to what is going to be done? When the statement is made that the state is in charge of your property, it's the owner that's in charge of the property and what they do with it under the zoning, correct? It's the owner that's in charge, not the state.
That's correct. What zoning does is, zoning being the zoning bylaws that the community passes, they restrict or allow uses of property, but it's up to the owners. They don't mandate use of property. It's up to the owners to decide how they want to use their property.
So when it's stated that the state is in charge of your property.
Depends on which side of the fence you're on.
No, I know,
That's true.
but it's the owner that determines what they want to do with their
Correct.
property based upon
Yes,
what's allowed through zoning.
correct.
Specifically, at Martin's Landing, per se. I was in attendance at meetings, and I watched the meeting on NORCAM, and it was inferred that investors could come in and buy up units at Martin's Landing right now, under this new law, and either subdivide the unit or sell it off to a family unit as opposed to an over 55 restricted.
The master deed and the bylaws of the condominium prohibit that, so it would have to be changed for that to happen.
So that would have to be changed. So in order for the 55 and over restriction or requirement for ownership at Martin's Landing, the owners would have to make a determination to change that.
Correct.
Just the owners would have to do that.
Yes.
Would that need to be 100%?
So,
Mr. Massey.
so there's say there's 500 units there, and they control the HOA. So the HOA documentation and declaration of trust would have to be a proposal to the owners at Martin's Landing to be changed by Martin's Landing people in order to change that over 55 requirement.
Correct.
But the state can stop it.
Does the state have any say in that?
Not as I'm aware, no.
All right. So it's going to be important for people at Martin's Landing to understand that if there's going to be a change in the 55 and over requirement to live there, they're the ones that have the say. They're the ones who make that determination. It's not this zoning bylaw change. Correct? And the same as far as Edgewood goes, that's different because there's one owner there. If they want to change the use to a permitted use under the zoning, they're free to do so because they're the owner of the property.
Yes.
If it's allowed under the zoning.
Yes.
And of course, we already have 406 units there, so what else are you going to do there? I mean, if they want a permitted use over at that particular parcel, and both of those parcels extend far beyond multifamily zoning right now. There are other uses that can be made of that property that wouldn't necessarily be in compliance with with the MBTA Communities Act because it wouldn't be housing necessarily, but that's the owner's choice, not the state's choice and not the town's. Because what role would the town play if the HOA wanted to change their designations over there?
So the MBTA zoning act doesn't prohibit any use. In fact, all it does is say that multifamily use is allowed, and I should say not the act, the bylaw that the town is proposing under the act. What it says is multifamily use is allowed by right in this, subject to these requirements, and those requirements will alter the current requirements by adding an additional story of height that's allowed. That's all it does. It doesn't prohibit any current uses of the property.
Some people at Martin's Landing have been informed or told that they're being used by the town as a sacrificial lamb in order to come into compliance with this bylaw. You know, sacrificial lamb in respect to big changes can occur there in that community. But what we should understand is that any changes to that community can only be proposed and approved by the community itself at Martin's Landing. Not the town, not the state. It's the owners at Martin's Landing that make the determination as to whether it's going to stay the same or whether there are going to be proposed changes. Not the town, not the state.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if the town were to adopt this MBTA zoning, and again, for the most part, there'd be little or no significant changes at all in those particular parcels, but it will bring us into compliance. What happens if one of the suits that have been filed prevails and renders all or a portion of the legislation that was passed unconstitutional or moot, and we changed our bylaw? Are we stuck with what we've done?
I think, yes. So
Yeah.
the process for changing zoning bylaws is already in the State Zoning Act. You would follow that process to adopt an MBTA zoning bylaw. To rescind that, you would have to follow the process to rescind it. If a state court determined that a particular bylaw or type of bylaw was invalid as a matter of law, it would be invalid as of the date of that decision. There wouldn't be any change. You would change your bylaw to make it comply with the state, but you couldn't apply it to the extent it conflicted with state law. So it's possible, but again, I want to emphasize that what is in front of the SJC is not the validity of this provision. So if the town adopts zoning to bring itself into compliance or attempt to bring itself into compliance, the SJC is not, in my opinion, going to say, well, that act is invalid, therefore you don't have to do your zoning. Your zoning would still be in place. What might happen, and again, we don't know, is that the guidelines that the EOHLC and the representative and senator have talked about, the extent of those regulations is being challenged. And if those regulations, if the SJC says that those regulations are ultra vires, they're beyond the authority of the EOHLC, or if it says that for some other reason some portion of those regulations can't be applied, that's going to change how your zoning bylaw is applied in your town, because those regulations essentially guide. Well, they're not regulations, they're guidelines. That's another legal point. That will change how your bylaw will be applied, but it doesn't change your bylaw. Your bylaw stays the same.
I'm going to give everyone a chance for a follow-up question after I get to everyone, just to be fair. So.
I'm also, but I'll have some other.
Okay. Mr. Murphy, do you have anything? Okay, then Mr. Pierce from DA.
Warren, you should be able to unmute yourself now. There you go.
There we go. Well, I understand everything that's going on here, and it occurs to me that both of our state rep and our state senator have really tried hard to make some changes in how this all gets applied, and basically run up against a brick wall with it. So it doesn't sound like any of those changes are going to be made anytime soon. the fact that we can comply with it without any serious damage to the town, in other words, I can't tell you how many zoning bylaws that we've changed over the years on a voice vote and with very little discussion, as we thought it was a good idea to do each one of them. In this particular case, because we have the ability to do it with a minimum amount of impact on the town, it seems like something that we should do and not risk and then continue to look, because as Mr. Tarr said, the possibility of more grants coming down the road exists. And if the economy picks up, there'd be even more, but we could be putting ourselves in a position not to take advantage of those by trying to decide. What I hear us doing tonight is trying to decide what the state is going to do. And we don't know what the state is going to do. And so that means that we're just guessing. And rather than go through that process, I think it would make a lot more sense for us to comply, because we can so easily. And then, if we wanted to start to push back, or if we started to run into additional problems, then we could push back. But I think at that point, the pushback from the whole state would begin to be enough to maybe create a backlash against us for this. I see that housing is probably the number one problem the state has, and everybody's talked about what the state's going to do, but we haven't really talked about what we're going to do about the housing shortage. I mean, and this is an attempt by the state to cure some of that. So I see the benefit of it as well. And I would basically encourage everybody to let this go, because there's not really anything. There's not a lot you're going to do about it right now. So if we say, okay, we'll take the chance against it, and take and lose the grants, I think that's probably not a great idea. But the fact is that if one of these towns prevails and they invalidate the law in any way whatsoever, you have to remember that the town is the one who changed those bylaws, and the town can change them back. So if it became a problem, we can put it all back the way it was. If it turns out that the state is remiss, what they've done does not pass muster. Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Chair, I'm sorry, just real quick, to his point he just made, I think Mr. Griffin might have some important information.
We're gonna do the follow-up. I want to give everybody their time.
Well, the topic's fresh on everyone, okay, that's fine.
I have so much to say.
It's a full sheet.
It's a full sheet. So, to that point, does this act include affordable housing? No, right? No, it doesn't.
The law itself, and this was referred to a little bit earlier, but it deserves some clarification.
Okay.
When the law passed, it was very short, the actual provisions of the law, and it sets forth some requirements: distance to the station where it's applicable, no age restriction, and a minimum density of 15 units per acre. But there is no specific requirement of affordability either in the law, and I don't believe in the guidelines, either the guidance.
So this does not address affordable housing?
Only to the extent that supply and demand addresses affordability.
Thank you. In the other point that you just made about, I think this is where the concern for the people who live in the 55 and older communities is that there's no age limit, and that concerns them that could change because their community is 55 and older, and this law does not require an age limit, so it's confusing. How can that change? Can they say, well, no, you voted this in and there is not an age limit?
So I think this is a point that deserves some clarification by council, but let me take a shot at it at first. So what the law does require is that there be no age restriction on the units that might be created, or even the existing units that get rezoned. However, it does not prohibit in that zone an age restriction, as long as the parcel that's rezoned can accommodate the other requirements of the law. So it doesn't invalidate an age restriction on those existing units. As to that, the question of the current age restriction, that is the subject of private contractual obligations between the parties, and the state would not change that. And I'll defer to counsel beyond that before I get in trouble.
Would you like to add? Yeah, just a little bit. So you're referencing the language in the statute
Yeah.
about age restriction. So
Or
again,
not age restriction.
right. Again, remember zoning bylaws are prospective and they govern use. So in my understanding, what the statute says is that you need a zoning bylaw where multifamily housing is allowed by right, and that bylaw may not prohibit multifamily housing by age group. In other words, you can't say in your bylaw only 55 plus, or you can't say only 20 to 30. The bylaw has to be open-ended as to what ages may live in the multifamily housing. With that said, that's what the bylaw says. It is open-ended, so can you put a 55 plus in? Sure. Can you put, an open age one? Absolutely. It's just that the bylaw can't prohibit based on age. But that does not prevent a development, as Martin's Landing did, from restricting it by age.
Okay, but to that point, you said earlier, if one person you only need one person to be 55 and older in the unit.
That's my memory of reading the master deed, sorry.
So one person could be 55 and 5 more living there could be under, and they would comply.
I would want to see the master deed before I even tried to start answering that, sorry.
But I think these are concerns that they have.
Right, I understand.
So I want to bring them up, that it's not just, they're
That's the case
overreacting. These are valid questions and valid concerns of people who are living in this community. And an owner could be given an offer they can't refuse.
Let's add that to the FAQs. Let's have an answer.
I'd also
As these
want
questions
to,
come up, let's add them to the FAQs.
excuse me.
So we know the
Excuse me. I'd also like to, I thought it was interesting when you talked about when the law was being passed, that it was in a bigger, right? So there was very attractive things that were being offered. I think they call it pork in Congress. So they put something attractive and then they shove in things that they don't think are going to pass, so that they'll pass because you want the bigger thing. Is that how it works?
One person's pork is another person's bacon. And there are a lot of communities across the Commonwealth that depend on that funding to create the affordable housing that we've all agreed in this discussion needs to happen in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And so there's also a lot of, in that particular bill, there was a lot of economic development funding, and that's the difficulty oftentimes.
Exactly.
You have multiple components in a single bill, and ultimately you have to make a judgment.
So in fairness to the both of you and to other representatives, senators, congressmen, when they'll say, oh, they voted against the vets, but that got shoved into something that was very, very important to them, that they had to, so this is what I see this, that maybe this wouldn't have passed, but it was in a pretty bundle. That's just me, and I don't know that, and that might not be true, but.
So it's difficult to say, but what I would offer you this is that Brad and I have tried to make what we consider to be very modest changes to the law. And it's been very difficult to get anywhere close to the votes that would be needed to make those changes.
Okay. I personally look at this as the ultimate government overreach, personal opinion. I don't like it. How is it a law when it has to go to town meeting to be voted on? That's a question. I guess I will look to you, counsel.
Well, it's a very interesting question. In fact, I didn't address it before, but I can address it now. It's certainly one of the questions that we as municipal attorneys raised amongst ourselves when we first saw this. This is, in my experience, a unique way of trying to address housing in the Commonwealth. And when I say unique, I mean typically if the Commonwealth wants to restrict the town's ability to zone, it does so expressly. And we have many examples of that. For instance, agriculture, education, daycare, childcare, schools. Those are allowed by right everywhere in town. The reason for that is the legislature has basically imposed that upon towns and said, you cannot restrict this by zoning. So they could have done that with multifamily housing. They chose not to, and they chose instead to do something that I have not seen before, which is to essentially mandate the towns adopt legislation to do it for themselves. So one side of the coin is, well, you gave the town a choice instead of imposing it. On the other hand, the question is, can a legislature mandate a subsidiary legislature to take action? That's a hard question.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, they passed this law, but you have to vote on it at town meeting. But if you don't vote the way they want you to vote, then you're going to get punished. It stinks. To me, it stinks. You're basically giving up your right as a town to zone the way you choose to zone, which is a right that, there is a name for that. I bet. Home rule. Thank you. Home rule. Thank you. We're giving that away. We're giving it up. And I think that's important to understand. So I'm going to look at over my little notes here and make sure I said everything I wanted to say. Okay, I think that was it. Thank you.
Mr. Wallner?
Yep. To kind of start back from the beginning, we invited in town council to go over the FAQs. We didn't ask for it to be biased one way or another. We asked for the facts to be defined. Obviously, some issues.
Can you put your microphone close?
All right. So we invited town council to give opinions on the FAQs, and I don't think the answers he would give, other than the ones that were more specific to North Reading, would be any different whatever town he talked to. They would be the same answers. So these are not one-sided. These are the facts. We can all have different opinions about the facts, but these are the facts. And as we've gone through some of the questions tonight, I hope some of those questions will be added to the FAQ, so when we have a hearing next week, those will be offered to the audience so they know, that the people that attend, that they know what the facts are. Also, there was in our packet, Danielle had slides, town planner had slides for us. We never got through that. And I don't know if we meant to overlook that or not, but the two things I pulled away from the slides was, the fact is, we already comply. I mean, we already have, other than the vote, we already comply, and we don't have to do anything different than we've already done. Nothing has changed, except we just say that we agree with this for now. With, as Warren Pierce said, if we decide to change our mind later, or the laws change, we can change as well. But in the meantime, that's what I got from her slides, is that we already comply. The second thing that I got from her slides was that there are, we talked about the 3 or 4 grants plus the 17. I think it's been made very clear there's some grants money that you will not get, and there's other ones that will be affected, like a second tier of when you're applying for money. It's like you said, it's a score, it's competitive. If you're already at a handicap of 10 down, you know, you're a good chance of not getting that money anyways. And we do have more things coming down the pipeline where we will be applying for grants and applying for funding. So we can't ignore that, including the bridges that we are looking to fund. So to get that clear, So when I think about all the communities that are affected by this, and I'll ask this to town council and I'll ask this to our 2 state reps, some of the towns I really have empathy for that are being affected by this because they really are going to be severely impacted because they don't comply. I mean, they can't meet the regs right now, and the state's going to come in and change what they have to do. I look at that as a very severe impact on their communities. And then I see a whole spectrum of communities that are somewhere in between. And then I see other communities that are really not going to be impacted by it at all. Am I right to say that North Reading is in the community that is really going to be very minimally impacted? Please.
Is that a question or a statement?
Question.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to ask because, again, depending on who you are in the audience, you might have a very different perspective on whether it affects you or not. I would say one thing, as far as the bylaw that's proposed in this town as opposed to bylaws that are proposed in other towns, this bylaw is very simple. It's one of the simplest ones I've seen. It's not complex. It does a minimal amount of change. So the zoning bylaw is perhaps the most minimal bylaw I've seen.
Do you agree?
In terms of this being a minimum bylaw? Yeah.
For North Reading?
Well, first of all, I think North Reading finds itself in that position to have that debate because North Reading's done the right thing via building housing. And one of the frustrating things I find with this law is we're not automatically given credit for it. And maybe with this change, we would be able to take credit for it. I think it's difficult to answer because it's based on are all the representations by council and what we think sort of accurate, or is some court going to interpret it differently, in which case then maybe the concerns of people who live at Martin's Landing are now in play. So I think North Reading, at least of the communities that I represent, has sort of the easiest proposal, probably maybe Glenfield too, because they probably would rezone something on Route 1 that just financially would never work for somebody to do. I think other towns are in difficult, some are in very challenging situations. In this parcel, I would have to go back, but how many times have we rezoned this parcel of land since it was the J.T. Barry, when we did the parcel that state gave us, or we did Edgewater, or we did Martin's Landing, we've rezoned, we've had film studios, we've talked prisons, we've talked all kinds of things over the years to add and delete things. So the town has not been reticent about rezoning it, or rezoning it if we thought, and as I recall, we had the previous administration come up with toward the town and suggested we go in a certain direction, and I think we rezoned it to take advantage of that. And that is fostered another debate about resources in the community. So I do think it's, at least is what I've seen be proposed, North Reading, the least invasive proposal.
I have to say, I'm not sure that it lends itself to a black and white judgment, and part of the reason that I say that is because an important aspect of this law is that it does not require one unit of housing to be built. And so it requires the opportunity for that housing to be built. And part of the impact could only be judged by how many units are built and what impact that has on the community. In both respects, in the respect of does it create housing that people need, and on the other side, does it create adverse impacts in terms of the cost of supporting that housing? But ultimately, it's hard to make that judgment until you see the fruits of whatever the zoning allows come to fruition, one way or the other.
Okay.
But I would say this, in terms of your first point about some communities that have difficulty with compliance, that's exactly why we've been trying to create an appellate process to allow them the chance to make their case and to say we cannot comply with this as it's currently drafted. Unfortunately, there hasn't been receptivity.
Yeah, that I understand. I actually have sympathy for communities that are in the situation. So thanks for trying to do that. Thank you. And I agree with Warren Pierce. This is a very low risk, very low impact impact on the town, and that if we vote for it, we can be eligible for grants that we need. And if we decide in the future to change our mind, we can do that. But we already complied. We don't have to change anything except approve the zoning.
Before I go to follow-up questions from either side, Mrs. McKnight, would you like to add anything?
I would only like to add that the difference between the 3 versus the 4 eligible grant programs is only because Housing Works is tied to MassWorks. I wasn't counting that as a 4th program. Some people might, but that was the source of the confusion, I guess. 3 versus 4. And no, I have nothing else to add.
So I'm going to move to follow up, and then we can, we still have to discuss the accelerated drilling units. However, just for my board in particular, I encourage, if you have follow-up questions, to ask them now, because when we review the fall annual town meeting, I'm going to severely limit the discussion on the MBTA articles, as we are just having a very long discussion now. So please, if you have follow-up questions, I would ask them now. But I will start, because Mr. Griffin had his initial hand earlier. So,
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So one question that I would like to ask, under the new MBTA 3A zoning act, when it comes to address one point that Mr. O'Leary made, when it comes to, we can always change back. My question to you is it fair, right? So you can opt in, and if you guys want to correct me, especially council, if you want to correct me on this, to opt into this law, it takes more than 50%. But for a town to change its mind, it takes a 2/3 vote. That is correct under the law. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay, so my question to you, is it fair?
Who are you posing that
Not a
to?
legal question, I'm sorry.
Again, that,
Food for thought.
okay.
Okay. Just thought I'd throw that out there because it's not. Because if it were, it'd be 50-50 both ways, and we all know that. My second thing was, under the grant money and what's available, let's talk about the 3 or 4, whatever that, we'll call it 4. Out of those 4 grants that are available, and the proposed 13 grants that are also hanging out there, are any of these grants restricting the town from even applying or getting those grants because of the median income that the town, the people of the town make?
I'd have to defer to Danielle, I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer to that question. I am only familiar with the grant programs that we've used. We haven't used that many of those programs. The ones that we have used, no, that wasn't a factor. It very well may be a factor in others, I don't know.
So the 17 that are out there, we don't know
Is there already
whether the
an
amount of money that
restriction?
the average person makes in North Reading
But there's a food
affects the availability of whether we can get those grants or not. Is that correct?
Well, maybe that's a question you guys can have prepared for your meeting next week.
Just something I was thinking about, in fairness to the people. Thank you.
And then, no more. Mr. Massey, you had a follow-up? Sorry.
No, I just, no, quickly, I just want to thank everyone for being here, for pushing this meeting from June to October. And I just want to explain about how much more we have learned, how important this meeting is. We have the CPC here. We are lucky to have our representatives here. We have our town council here. We have a lot of people in the stands here. Stands, sorry. I was going to correct the bleachers too. Sorry, I'm thinking about work here. But I do want to thank, because there has been a lot of information learned over these last few months, and that has been very important to people that are voting on this. So, not to mention other towns and a lot of chatter going on around. So I'm just happy that we pushed this to October to find some more information.
Anyone else before we move on to the ADU discussion? No, it's whoever, it's free for all time.
Oh, it's free for all?
Yeah. Just raise your hand, please.
I would like to thank the CPC for, can I just thank the CPC for really how hard they have worked on this and how much time and effort for the townspeople they have put into this, and not just brought it to town meeting without, I mean, really, they have educated me, they have educated so many people, and it's an important thing. It shouldn't have just been thrown at everybody, so I appreciate that you did this.
Rob,
Okay, thanks.
on Bosch.
I appreciate too, I want to say thanks to the representatives being here, and also I do appreciate their efforts to advance amendments I think we all recognize, and you're not saying it, that, you know, we have a divided government and we have a very lopsided government in Massachusetts. You're outnumbered at least 6-7-1. So it's not surprising that any amendment you put forth is not going to go through. But I agree. I think some of the common sense amendments that you proposed would make sense for some towns, and we're probably not one of them. The other thing I just wanted to comment on again, when one of the members here said that we already comply. I get that. If you look at Massachusetts, compliance list, almost 177 towns right now comply, but it still hasn't stopped 17 from saying, nope, thanks. It hasn't stopped a lot more communities, because there's only 73 that have accepted it right now, from saying, we're holding on, we're holding off on this. So I just want to be clear, like, having your action plan approved is really not a very high bar right now, and it's pretty much everyone's in that they put their proposals forward over a year or two ago. And the other one is on the FAQs. I 100% accept that they are the opinion of council and they are presenting, say, if you will, the facts. But I just was clearly pointing out that what I raised as far as what that financial, what would be potentially financially missed over the 9 years here with that $2.2 million is factually $57 on average across the town. So, we pay 4x that for our trash bill. So to pay $57 is nothing. So that's a fact. And if you want to go run the numbers and tell me I'm off by $1 or something, fine. But I'm not that far off. So that's all I want to say. And I appreciate the time. And I really do, like everyone here, appreciate that we've all been, got together. We've had a lot of heated, discussions and meetings on the subject. And this is what government should be. Good, healthy debate. Might be on one side or the other. And I appreciate both sides and appreciate you all being here. Thanks.
I'll just say, if you're asking each household to come up with $57, I think the last town meeting just said we're not doing anything but Prop 2. And so,
yeah, a little bit more than that, Mr. Wallner. But
all right,
I hear you.
Nobody has appetite for. If you can get it done, go.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge Brad and Bruce for being here and their willingness to come and inform us as to how the process works or doesn't, or works well.
Usually not started at this time for the legislature, so we usually get readings. So this is
No, but again, at our last meeting, I acknowledged the fact that you gentlemen did propose some worthwhile amendments for consideration that didn't prevail. And again, I also want to acknowledge that you also have been very successful in prevailing in relation to legislation filed and motions being passed to the benefit of our communities greatly. So while you may be in the minority party and outnumbered 6-1, you all have also been extremely successful in putting forth legislation on our behalf and everybody in the districts. So it's not just partisan. And I think, to Senator Tarr's point, that most people in the legislature at this point, you just pass this piece of legislation, it's new, it's just getting its feet wet. They're not going to have an appetite for any change at this particular point. It has nothing to do with who proposed the amendments. Because again, as I acknowledged and I congratulated you for putting forth those amendments, because they seem to be reasonable as far as giving some relief to some of the communities who are going to have difficulty complying for legitimate reasons: transportation, wastewater, water, environmental. Makes sense to allow a community to file an appeal for some relief. And hopefully, as this thing seasons a bit, those become more likely to happen. But as far as the financial impact of the previous grants, you look at it as a $57 figure to each average household. You have to look at it as to what was proposed when and how it was. I mean, it was what, $3 million, Mr. Gilberto, almost $6 million the Mass Works grants for the water projects. Without that money, I'm not so sure town meeting would have been able to come up with the funds, and within our existing budget, we wouldn't have been able to do it within the existing levy limit. So while the dollar amount over a 5 or 9 year period equates to $57, it's, at the time, we needed $6 million, and we had to come up with some money to do it. And through the work of our legislators here, they came up with the Mass Works funds to allow us to get the projects done and set us up so that Martin's Landing could be built, so we can service that with a specific amount of water services that had to be done. So it's a little bit more complicated than the simplistically $57. At the time, we needed $6 million, and we got the grant monies to get it done. And that was significant at the time in order to put forward projects to get them done. And that's how it works. It's a piecemeal approach, big dollar amounts all at once, not spread out over 9 years. So it's not $57. I don't know what $6 million equates to, but it's a lot of money. So again, just looking forward, and again, I appreciate the dialogue, and I appreciate the Planning Commission's efforts to be here and to converse with us and see if we can come to some sort of a consensus as to what should be presented at town meeting. I think we're all in agreement that the facts should be presented to the town meeting to make a determination as to what we want to do moving forward. I'm okay with people who are concerned about government overreach, and as a matter of principle, we're not going to give in to it. I understand that argument. I may not agree with it, but I understand the argument, and I understand people voting that way. I just want to make sure when they vote that way, they understand the consequences as to how it's laid out in the law and in the guidelines, and that they need to know truly what the impact of this is going to be on our community, aside from the principal aspect of it. What's it going to do to our community? These two parcels being rezoned, the significance of the impact of complying on the communities is negligible. What happens at Martin's Landing specifically in relation to who can live there, and whether there's one person over 55 and then they have 3 kids under, they can do that today.
Or 5 25-year-olds.
No, but they can do that today. This new law doesn't allow that any more or any less. It allows it today. So nothing changes. And if anything's going to change, it's the owners that determine the change in use and the change in terms and conditions, not the zoning bylaw. Zoning bylaws, and our planner has done a great job over the last several months explaining to us, all zoning does, and the town council, is tell us what is permitted and what isn't permitted there. What the owner decides to do with it is really determines what's going to happen there. So if Martin's Landing doesn't change their HOA, it doesn't change their declaration of trust, nothing changes. It's in your hands, not the state, not the town. It's your hands. And so people just need to understand that. And don't necessarily believe everything you read and everything you're being told, because the fact remains, it remains with the owners as to what the determination of the use of the property is. The only restriction that zoning does is tells you what is permitted there by right. So that being said, I look forward to town meeting having a say in it, and I look forward to more debate there. Again, the public hearing, the public input with the Planning Commission next week, and with us in a couple of weeks, will take place along with town meeting. So this has been very helpful, very informative, and I appreciate everybody's time and effort, particularly the representatives and Senator and Town Council for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The only thing I'm going to add, be quiet for a while, is that I appreciate, like everyone has said, that everyone was able to come. But a lot of big projects or big decisions in town, I've always said it's town meeting. At the end, the Community Planning Commission, the Select Board, we can all talk till we're blue in the face, but, it's, there's people on both sides who have both good, not just opinions, but arguments to make. Okay? Even out in general, there are distinguished law firms on both sides that are both very respected and unnecessarily expensive that are on opposite sides of the aisle. Okay? And the best part about it is when you look, it's crossing even political affiliations where you may get law firms that are traditionally you would call on one side of the political spectrum who are not voting or giving the opinion of their side. And this is coming from general partners, not a paralegal in the basement. So I only say that because I do appreciate that we got that information out, and like I said in the beginning of the meeting, it was important to form a base for the questions that everyone can ask 2 times before town meeting and then on town meeting floor as well. Next week with the Community Planning Commission's meeting, and then on September 30th, that is when we go over all the public hearing of all the warrant articles, and you can ask questions and give any opinion. So I do appreciate that everybody was here to give that base. And I feel that I'd like to listen and see what that input is before I give my opinion on it. Because I think a lot is still to be said, and there's still a lot of questions that can't be answered. I heard some things I didn't know. There were some other things that I did know that I'm more all about now. So that's where, just in general, if anybody was wondering what Vincenzo thinks about that, because that had been kind of quiet for me. So, but with that being said, I will move on to something else that is kind of, I don't even know how to introduce this because it's so new and there's no really guidance. My little bit I read about it. So, Mr. Gilberto, do you want to kind of introduce the discussion for that one? Just because
I'm probably going to turn right over to town council, to be honest with you. Just
see how that house table is moving.
That's fine. Mr. Chair, we're talking about the new accessory dwelling unit state enactment. I can give a very brief summary of that. The brief summary is this. As I mentioned before, the state already in the section of the Zoning Act has listed certain uses that are allowed by right in town that the town cannot restrict by zoning. There's a number of them: education, religion, etc. This particular piece of the recent larger bill adds accessory dwelling units to that list. If you have or want to create an accessory dwelling unit, actually if you want to create an accessory dwelling unit that meets the state's definition, the definition is in the Act, as of February 2nd, 2025, that particular accessory dwelling unit will be allowed as of right in the town. And this is where it starts to get a little hazy. It says wherever single-family residence districts are. Well, they don't define what those are at this point. We believe that it means wherever single-family residences are allowed by right in zoning. Subject to such reasonable regulations as the town may adopt, not limited, but including, and then it gives a list of those, and they're primarily dimensional regulations. Of importance, I think, to everyone is that there are 2 things. One, you cannot limit ADUs that qualify for this to the owner must live there. You cannot impose a residency requirement. And number 2, you can prohibit short-term rental of these particular units. So it's adding a particular type of ADU. It's I think the square foot requirement is, if I have this right, 900 feet or 1/2 the area of the principal dwelling, whichever is less. That's the maximum square footage of an ADU that's allowed by right. The town can allow other ADUs as it sees fit. This is just the ones that meet the state definition would be allowed by right starting on February 2nd of next year.
Representative Jones or Senator Tarp, is there anything to add from there that, because if not a lot, there's still...
Yeah, I mean, you obviously comply, I think, with Title V and something and other sanitary guidelines, isn't it? One of the questions that I had asked was came up during the legislative discussion was, do these units count towards your denominator for 40B? So if some number, let's say hypothetically, 200 units in North Reading that have, larger and could accommodate development easily, that may change your denominator, which would then mean the next meeting it went from being in compliance for 40B, now all of a sudden it's out of compliance, even though it wasn't necessarily, anything the town did.
Yeah.
It's just sort of by right. I've heard from constituents who are very concerned about that from the mandate piece. I've heard from constituents who maybe are elderly who are like, oh, I could have an apartment or basically rent something, I could use the income. To other constituents who may have a developmentally disabled or somebody like that, who would like to be able to keep them, give them some level of independence, but be closer. That was sort of originally when the original proposal was just do something very narrow like that. I also don't personally love the idea that it's not owner occupied in either of the units, so somebody needs to do it completely for their investments.
I will go to Mr. Rudloff. I mean, I know you guys just kind of, you were talking about it, and, I mean, anything you want to get, I mean, this is really preliminary discussion too, so this is not going to be as robust as the MBTA, which...
No, not, and we're just
Okay.
peeling it back too, and I think it just was signed right on the 6th of August by Governor Healy, so yeah, we're gonna, I think, I talked to Danielle, we're gonna put it on the agenda for Tuesday. And it's more just to give a brief what we know about it, similar to what council just said as far as when it goes into effect and things like that, so people just understand. But then we'll start to have some public meetings. We're committed to trying to draft a bylaw or something that gives some parameters. It's subject to the Attorney General after we do so, but we'll try to put something that's fair. And I've always as some of you know that are here that have followed this, we were working on one some years ago, but it started to get broader and broader, and I wasn't really comfortable with it. And while we had some that were very much for it, I think, just like you saw tonight with the MBTA, I tend to represent the underdog side. I represent the person that doesn't want one of these built 10 feet from their property line that has, a full family living in there. When I say full family, it can just 2 people, 3 people, whatever, but they prefer to be dimensionally have some of the same rules as the primary residence. I'm familiar because I'm kind of in the building industry, but with a lot of building inspectors, and I can name off probably 4 or 5 towns are all in the South Shore, but they're in October are putting forth articles that would stipulate that the accessory structures, which seem to be in everybody's, typical bylaw, sheds, garages, things like that, that they are simply that, and they cannot be living dwellings, and certainly not new ones. I mean, there's an argument to be made for existing things that are there and have been there for a while, but I think that's a very reasonable modification to just stipulate that, hey, the intention here was for putting things this close to your property line were for sheds and things like that. They weren't to put a house. And so if you're going to build a house, and now that it's allowed by the state, at least you got to comply with the normal setbacks and things like that. There'll be instances where people will go to ZBA and get some relief. We all know that. But overall, we should probably think about reasonable things like that. So if somebody is not having one built like that. But overall, we're open to the discussion and seeing how it'll work for the town. There's a lot of questions that we have for metering, whether that's for electrical, can they be separate meters, still same meters. Some of that's driven by RMLD here in town. Gas even would be something we'll have questions, but I think that's why there's just not enough time. When I've heard people say, why can't you put something on the town meeting? It's like our poor building inspector cannot just be inundated in 4 or 5 weeks with this. We need to help him put together some sort of reasonable bylaw that gives some guidance with all these different things. So that's my take, and I don't know if you want to pass this.
Does anyone want to add? And
That's
then I'll
it.
go to my board.
I'm done, and I'm open. We'll be there next week and interested in getting the public's opinion.
Yeah, so my take on this was, I had asked Danielle last time we met for the actual law itself, and I got it. There's 194 pages.
Oh, good, short.
Yep, awesome. I know, woohoo. So in that, I did actually, I did read some of this, and the deeper I got, the quicker I read, skimmed through. But I think one of the important things for the town to realize too is this is also part of the state's reach for housing. You know, it is part of that. And I think that we also should be careful with this. This one has moved a lot more swiftly upon us, but it still is going to have a great effect on the town. We're still going to hash out the same things we talked about before. You know, the same things, and they're very similar too. The MBTA is a much grander scale and much more concentrated. What we're talking about is, we're talking about the single-family home. That's what we're talking about. And we're talking about the expansion of what can be done on that property with this law. And what I read in the law, from what I have read so far, seems very, very, very wide open. It does have some restrictions, but it almost seems like a free-for-all, like the wild, wild west, here we come. North Reading, watch out. So I would say, because this is so new, and it's so deep, and there's so much to understand, that it's very important that we don't have to make this decision right away. We asked for more time with the MBTA. You know, we worked together, we found out new things, as Mr. Massey said, we found a couple of other things that were revealed that helped us to make a better decision. I also feel the same way with this. And I know that this will also, it can also, as far as I can see, come under the Home Rule Act as well. And it can also, in one of the, I can't remember, actually I do have it here, hang on one second. There was one guideline in one of, on the governor's website that talked about, voting it in. And maybe I'm wrong. And there are transfer fees and all sorts of penalties, and you have to pay when you sell your house. And we're going to open all this stuff and learn about the 0.5% to 2% paid by the seller of the real estate. So I know this.
If that's on the governor's website, that may be what the governor proposed.
Yeah, no,
So-
if I can clarify that.
Maybe, yeah, go ahead, yeah,
So
sure.
So that's in the law, but it allows a town or a city to enact a tax fee on sales over over $1 million, or the, I think it's the average.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
it doesn't mean that automatically goes in, it just,
So-
it allows the town or city to do so.
Hold on though, just clarification, because either one of the biggest state planning attorneys I use is wrong, or that didn't make it through.
It did not.
They didn't make it through.
So didn't make it, so even
Didn't make it in
giving
the
them the
bill.
option?
It's not in the bill.
Sure? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine, stand corrected.
All right.
And that's okay.
It's in their fact sheet, so I thought.
So anyways,
it
this is
was.
my point. This is even more evidence that this needs to be talked about. So here I am, talking about something that did not go through, and I will double check that, so that's fine. But here we go. We need to make sure that if someone on the planning board misunderstood something, then we need to make sure that the public understands it and clarify it.
There were definitely advocates for it.
One more, and then I'm gonna
Yeah,
go to
one more,
here.
and then you can cut me off.
I'm not gonna cut you off.
Cut the mic out.
Politely ask.
I think, and Jeff brings up some good points, and our representatives do too. It is like I think there's about 4,900 single-family homes. So that's a lot to add, and none of them are, an ADU is not considered affordable, so the denominator will not change. The numerator might, if they consider them dwelling, but I don't think either or. But you guys can maybe tell me if that changes. But I know an ADU isn't considered affordable, so that's not going to help us with the 40B stuff. But what I'm concerned about most is, I've heard the argument really from a few different people that, well, this allows, this will allow somebody, the senior or the parent, older, to move into the ADU and then freeze up the house for the family to come in. But when I see that scenario, I'm like, okay, well, the family could have children, And so is every ADU kind of a parcel, just if you're adding an extra child or two to every single-family property, like what does that do times 4,500, single-family homes? What does that do to our schools? Does anyone even, like no one's ever studied that. And the second thing is, which we'll all get into, but when we were working on the ADU problem before, I spoke with Deb Carboni, our assessor, and I said, Deb, what's the net, because we have some existing ADUs that are grandfathered and some that are not. I said, but what's the net? What's the net in town for the tax on those ADUs? She said barely $1,000. And when you think about it, and maybe now with the way things have skyrocketed, the assessment might be a little bit more, but it wasn't that far off, because you already get taxed for the land, the main parcel, the main residence dwelling, and then an ADU. So the ADU isn't really that big, but one kid, 17 grand, so what that's not even covering, and that's 50% of our budget is school. So what about the other school, fire, police, the other 50 cents on the dollar? It starts to blow your head away, like what are we doing to ourselves? And we're actually not doing it ourselves. Yeah. The state's doing it, whatever, but we got to think about this stuff, because it could be really, this could change the town, and I mean in a bad way financially. There's the aesthetic part, maybe some could argue, but I think you could work with that. But I think the financial part is the one that worries me. So I'll shut up now. Thanks.
We'll come over to Mr. O'Leary.
Yeah, just to me again, this was thrust upon the community, and here we have it. My understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that on February 2nd, 2025, it's going to be allowed by right. And if we don't take advantage of the opportunity to place some reasonable restrictions, is that the terminology they used? Reasonable, whatever it is, restrictions on it before then, it's the Wild Wild West. So there are certain things that we can do, like the setbacks, and Title V is going to be subject to it anyway, and height restrictions and things of that nature, which would be a start for people. And I know the building commissioner is here. I think he's already been inundated with requests. Already got 37 people that have inquired today that I know of. Maybe it's more than that now, who are really interested in doing something about it and moving forward. And to your point. This is going to have a significant impact, and that's the whole idea behind this, is to create housing, that's vitally needed in this region. This is part of the whole package here, along with the MBTA Communities Act. It's being thrust upon us, and yes, it's going to have could have a tremendous financial impact on us. So, aren't there a few steps? I guess my question to the Planning Commission is: aren't there a few basic steps that we could take to amend the zoning bylaw for October? Basic stuff to just give guidance for the building commissioner in his office, as far as, rather than the Wild Wild West, we have the restrictions such as the setbacks would be the same as it would be for the primary residence and things of that nature, rather than getting into, where's your front door, does it have to be attached, not attached? We don't have to get into that yet. But give him some tools to work with, and the people who are looking to make the move on this, some guidance as to what the basic requirements are going to be. That doesn't take an awful lot of study. If there are other ways and nuances that we can enhance it later on at a June town meeting, my concern is having this go into effect in February and we have nothing on the books. Because then we're going to react to that, put some restrictions in place. The ones who jump on board effective February are going to have far less restrictions than what other people are going to have, property owners are going to have moving forward. So there's some basic stuff that we should be able to, I would think. And is that your intention?
Hold on, I'm going to let you.
So is it your intention to have something for October town meetings for consideration, or not?
So you raise, again, a really good point, is I think besides, and Danielle drafted one on the dimensional one, and it's not even an ADU bylaw, it's an existing bylaw, it's for the accessory structures, and it just stipulates and allows Jerry to make sure that Jerry here, but would make sure that you're complying to the setbacks of a dwelling. That's a really easy one, and I think most townspeople have voted. The other stuff, though, the problem, Steve, is I think it's a very complex, subject. So given the time and how we haven't moved the town meeting up even, that even just to get the 2 weeks, I don't even know if we could get it on there. And I just think we'd be rushing something. So I said to Danielle, I think unfortunately, we've had a lot of special town meetings in the past few years. We're just gonna be maybe faced with having one in January where we have to enact a bunch of laws, and they impact a bunch of different zoning bylaws throughout the whole document, and that we have to go through and see what needs to be tweaked. So there could be, 15 articles, all small maybe, but like addressing all these different things to comply, but also to give some guidance. I think also the openness of where there's literally like 3 or 4 things. The parking, no parking if it's within, 0.5 miles of MBTA or transit. There's 4 things. Those are easy guidelines. I think what the state's saying is they're giving us the ability to draft some rules. If they wanted to be super restrictive, they would have added 10 more things. I think they're saying these are the basic things. They seem, fairly reasonable. From there, we need to draft a bylaw that works for the town. And I just don't think, Steve, we can do it that fast, and I don't want to just rush something in for October, and especially with 2 missing members, and I think it's just not.
I don't disagree with that, but
Yeah,
maybe if I could ask counsel, if we don't enact February 2nd, 2025, if we don't enact any specific restrictions or guidelines as far as setbacks, for example, what's in effect?
So on February 2nd, what's in effect is your existing zoning bylaw. And it's the fact that
To rub off. No, I'm just trying to get back.
Sorry about that.
So what goes into effect February 2nd if we don't take any action?
So-
That's what my concern is.
the state law allowing these by right takes effect on February 2nd. They will be subject to reasonable regulations. That does not mean that if you don't have any regulations in your zoning bylaws that specifically state accessory dwelling unit shall be X, that doesn't mean that there's nothing that applies. You have a lot of general zoning bylaws that talk about structures, setback structures on lots, lot area, lot coverage. That's all going to continue to apply, but questions will be raised about how it's going to apply given that these are allowed by right. So special permit provisions, can you apply those? Probably not. You can apply site plan review. The statute says you can, which is, by the way, the first time site plan review has ever been mentioned in chapter 48, so for what that's worth. The one thing that hasn't been mentioned here, and I think is important to this discussion, is that at the end of this, it's a double-edged sword. This is going to raise a lot of questions. The state has authorized the EOHLC, which you may be familiar with from MBTA, which adopted all the guidelines, to promulgate guidelines and regulations for this legislation. That may explain things, but it also, if they're issued after you adopt zoning bylaws, may confuse things. So, and we have no timing on that, and we won't likely get any timing on that for some time. So, does that suggest that we wait? Not necessarily. There are points to be made both ways.
But again, I don't know, if we can wait, then, I'm okay for doing a comprehensive look
Is
at it.
council aware of any other communities that's proposing
Yeah,
bylaws or?
yes, I am, and I
Send a copy.
not with my comments on it, I haven't sent those yet, but it's come up really quickly, and that point's been made. In fact, Danielle sent me this draft like yesterday or the day before, I believe. Friday. There you go. So I have not actually pushed one back out to any town yet with my comments on it. And the biggest problem is, well, it really needs to be integrated with your existing zoning bylaws to have any real, something you can apply with some consistency. That's hard to do. It's not hard to say, well, accessory dwelling units shall do X. But you have a lot of bylaws that apply now. How are they going to apply? So it's more difficult than it appears, I think. You don't need anything to allow it to take effect. It's going to take effect on February 2nd. But, how individual towns regulate it, do you want to have very close regulation? You're going to have to be careful because, unfortunately, now that it's in Section 3 and it's allowed by right, reasonable regulation might not be what you think it is The courts will tell you what's reasonable, and it usually means anything that doesn't allow you to build an accessory dwelling unit is probably not going to be reasonable. So it's not going to be an easy calculus.
Okay, anyone else?
So again, so just my concerns in relation to what's currently in for structures to be built, the setbacks are pretty well set already. So we don't have to worry about that.
No, I think you do, because they're.
Now or later? Wait, time. You said if we have current rules,
They may apply depending on how they're stated. So I think the concern here is there may be setbacks that now apply to certain types of accessory structures where the question will then arise, for instance, sheds. If those are allowed in a setback where a larger structure wouldn't be, where do accessory dwelling units fit? Are they an accessory structure such as a shed, or are they part of the principal dwelling? It depends on what your bylaw says now.
So that's a concern. So I guess to
What I
that,
mean is
to that point,
that's
at that
an
point,
easy one, Mr. O'Leary, that we could get on there. And I think because it's just an easy, simple modification. The thing's practically one sentence anyways, the bylaw. It just would stipulate that not for a dwelling, or I'm not the wordsmith here, but, it just stipulated.
if you just say that the setbacks for an accessory dwelling unit should be the same as a
You could-
primary
you could add
residence.
that in
Shall be
there.
the same as a primary residence. Then
That's-
that does away with the 10-foot shed
Yeah.
from the,
Right.
so,
Because that just stops the, again, just jamming up to the property lines,
right.
possibly, as an offense to
They
the.
limit some parcels, but
It could, but I think
To what?
what Brad
they
said,
limit
it
some
might
parcels,
limit
some
some
towns,
parcels.
because some
But
are
in-
tight and some have 1 acre or more.
Yeah, but in fairness though too, there's still the ZBA as an alternative and as an outlet. I mean, it's not like, so if you make an argument as, they show an existing property 100 feet from the lot line, it's not like a tight lot. It's up to the ZBA, but they might provide you relief there, right? So that's the provision, but I think we need to remove the 10-foot thing for something that could impact 4,500 houses in North Reading. That's just, to me, a recipe for disaster. And we could do that on this warrant because it's easy. It's not, we'll have a public hearing about it on Tuesday. We can mention that one. We can check the box on that for us, but.
No, I'm sorry.
We can't? Oh,
No, we
because
have
of-
to advertise 3 weeks ahead for
So
a public
because of the
hearing.
not moving the meeting, or we
We
kind
have to,
of.
so the,
however,
Sorry.
sorry.
we have it as a placeholder,
There's a warrant out.
as Article 16, just in case.
Sure,
So
but
we
this,
can have it on the 30th, the discussion. It's part of the public hearing, so somebody can come
that's
and ask
fine, but
questions.
the CPC has to advertise and hold their own public hearing.
As well?
And it has-
And when
yes,
there's not enough
for a
time
zoning
on
change.
Tuesdays, okay.
So if
Do we have a
we,
special meeting then? Could we do that?
so the,
Exactly.
if I send a legal notice to the transcript tomorrow morning before 11, it can run on Thursday. It will then run the following Thursday. It then has to skip a week. And then we can have our meeting the following week, which we could do it October 1st if we wanted to have a public hearing. That would be the CPC's last meeting day. I don't know of a way, other than having it the Thursday of the prior week.
Right.
We could do it Thursday or Friday of the prior week. Those are the only days I know of that we could actually do it. Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm sorry, town meeting is October 7th, right? We could do it during that week, the week of October 1st.
So, October 1st.
Yeah.
Mr. Griffin?
So my thought on this real quick is that we've been told it's a double-edged sword. And here we are trying to jam this thing in and get this up on the floor. I just don't think it makes sense to do that. In fairness to the people, I don't think that this makes sense to move forward at this time. I don't. If we have till February 2nd, like Dave said earlier, if we have to do something aside from this, so be it. But just to push this along, to push it along, to get to fit into a schedule, look what we did with the zoning. Okay, we got that, good. We worked really hard. It's there, we're doing it, right? And we feel a lot more comfortable about it. I don't feel comfortable at all about this, knowing that I haven't gone through this, and I don't think anyone else here has. And we need to have a better understanding of this. If we're gonna bring this on the floor, I just don't think it's a good idea. We're trying.
Let me clarify and then we'll move on, but we're just discussing right now, like, the one sentence is kind of like the thing we do know.
Accessory structure one.
Well, that's true, that's one
'Cause I still-
item out of a 194-page document.
Well, that's why we're not trying to do more than that.
But-
Just be that.
I think you should, I think if you had the discussion, it can, this is here, and it could be, correct me if I'm wrong, but passed over, correct?
Yeah, we have a placeholder.
You have a
Like it's a
placeholder.
placeholder, but then you could vote to pass over,
Right.
and we just don't, you know, I mean, that's the recommendation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the public hearing they're talking about is the one that's mandated by Chapter 48, Section 5 of the zoning act. To have any zoning amendment, you have to have a public hearing duly noticed, as Danielle talked about. That's the time constraint, you have to have that. CPC has to make a recommendation to town meeting, for the town meeting to vote. If that doesn't happen, even if it's on the warrant, there's going to be an effective vote at town meeting.
Okay. So,
So I guess, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, you know, are you going to ask your board to do something or not? If you're not, that's fine, but if you are.
I'd like to, but again, I can discuss it with Danielle and the rest of the members. The warrant's on here, so I'll check with our vice chair.
I
so.
mean, the opportunity will be presented to you
Yeah.
to do it, but your timeline is short, obviously.
I think this one's an easy one, but that's me, so I need to have consensus, get everybody, and also it needs to work.
Okay, we have to put a warrant to bed tonight. So would you like us, Mr. Chairman of the CPC, to at least reserve a spot to
Yes,
provide you that opportunity?
yes.
hold on, wait.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Gilberto, you haven't talked in 2 hours, please.
I just, and this might be the town planner, but I think in addition to the notice issue, we have to have a bylaw drafted and available for review at the same time.
We need to
So,
have it
I'm sorry,
as a,
I'm being told folks can't hear. So, through you, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that in addition to the notice requirement for something in the newspaper, we have to have that bylaw available for review under a timeline that is also similarly tight, and I think it might be the same day as the publication.
I think it's the day that it runs in the newspaper. Like, we can't advertise that we have a zoning bylaw available for viewing and I don't have it in my office. It has to be the wording that has to be.
I think, and then I'm gonna take a little bit more commentary from people who just haven't talked yet, and then we're gonna move on, because this thing is just so fresh that we're in pretzel territory. So, I think we've gotten pretty good at having special town meetings, you know, that'll be the mulligan, because I gotta miss the 7th. So, but I do agree with Mr. Griffin that, I mean, it's important enough where, you know, no one wants to even talk special town, it's another date, it's an expense, and we all understand that, but at the same time, even if we're not that far from these initial conclusions, if I can even call them that, it's something where, you know, it just seemed that we can't, I mean, it just seemed the timeline is so close, and like everything has to work in perfection just from the legalities of it for this thing to run smooth, and I just don't see how there's gonna, yeah, but again, maybe I'll prove it wrong, but that's my just impression of it. I'm gonna just turn to the right. Mrs. Gonzalez, anything?
No, I am.
Mr. Massey?
Yes, the ADUs and the MBTA, both home rule in my opinion. I think home rule applies to it, but actually ADUs, as a matter of fact, keeps me up way more at night than any MBTA law. I actually think this could get very wild, and to Mr. Jones's point, anyone that's buying a house right now is going to tear that thing down and put two dwellings in. If not, it certainly creates an investment opportunity for a lot of developers out there. Can our town handle it? And I talk about traffic, I talk about schools. I know Mr. Griffin touched upon kids being able to move in, that's immediate. There's no incentive to the homeowner besides getting more taxes. That's why we live in Massachusetts. I continue to not be able to find any incentive to the homeowner, and really a lot of incentive to the state. You know, I know you'd mentioned that you can have your kid move in, and your kid or your grandparent would be able to move into your home. But you could do the same thing with an addition to your house as well, which is already possible. And then, I know before I've talked about renters' rights and reference her again, little old lady Sue. If little old lady Sue wants to kick out young Brad, who him and his friends are having a party in their property, does she have bounds? And I think the answer is no. I'll look to Mr. Town Council on that.
The question is, who can cook out who? Can you clarify that?
I think the question is, do you become landlord and now the overbearing renters' rights of the state of Massachusetts come bearing on you?
If you're going to rent out, yeah, those laws are going to apply. Renting out a residential dwelling, absolutely.
Yep. And Mr. Chairman, if we follow like the other cities that are ahead of us on this, they then impose rent control. I'll give an example of City of Portland, not a small place. Every single rental property in the City of Portland is rent controlled. Your rent goes through a board, no matter who you are, you get an ADU or whatever. So you can only charge what they tell you you can charge. That's where this will head eventually, trust me. Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a discussion for later on the, I would call the, whether or not.
It doesn't change the fact that it's being imposed upon us.
I mean, what I'm saying is, I agree, that might be, that might be something that stops a lot of people from doing it, because I can tell you that, I have a, there's investment properties all over Malden, and I mean, you need to, they tell you what kind of railing you can put in. So I'm just saying that I think that that's the kind of information, because by right you can do it, but just know, once you do it, Mr. Noel might be telling you that, guess what, you're gonna rent it, and look at this list of stuff you gotta do that you didn't have to do when it was just a single family. Because I don't think a lot of people understand that. So thank you, Mr. Massey, for bringing it up, because that is really, right, another double, there is no edges on this whole sword is edge, everything is edge. I've been trying to figure it out for a handle and I can't find it.
Mr. Chairman, but it comes down to, what does the owner want to do with their property? Yes, there are going to be restrictions in place on it, but by right, they're going to be allowed to do it. So it's just a question of, where are we going to allow it to be built? And then if they choose to do it, and
just to
those
finish my
things
point,
imposed
Chair.
upon them, that's the owner's choice to do it. They don't have to build it.
Mr. Massey, finish your point, then Mr. Wallner, and then we're gonna move it along.
I do, again, see this being the Wild West. There's a lot of ways to be able to get around that ADU law, and specifically to his 194-page reference, which I also don't want to go through, but I lean on you.
You want it?
No, I'll let you.
We trust you.
It's a good read.
There needs to be, in my opinion, an informational session or something more where we are educating our residents to this issue before just throwing it on a warrant article. Thank you.
Mr. Wallner?
Yeah, I think we should delay this. We should have a special town meeting come January. And I think that we should do a thorough exam like we have. We should do our FAQs like we have. Let's get all those questions out on the table. Let's get those answered. And because I think it'd be too much at town meeting anyways to do MBTA and ADU at the same time. I think actually it just will take too much focus. So I think we're signing up for a special meeting come January, but we're gonna have to be diligent, work with town council, work with our state reps. Let's get all the facts out there. Let's get all the questions and concerns. Let's get those answered. So when we have meetings, we're not dealing with what we think and let's deal with what's actual and get started from there. That's my suggestion.
Good question to you. Do you consider this the, I just look at you and call you Mr. Wall?
Yes,
That's terrible.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
I can be anyone you want, Nick.
Mr. Rudloff, is that the only way around is to really have a special town meeting to change?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be, January, but that gives us the most time, and we've had December ones and things like that. If we wanted to do that and we're able to put things together by then, maybe we could be looking over our shoulders and having one then. But I defer to Mike on what's the best time to have a special town
I'm just
meeting.
thinking, is there any way for our building department to control the situation in the meantime from February to June?
Yeah, they can't issue a permit on an ADU right now. They never have been able to.
No, starting in February.
From even June? Oh, yeah,
February
they can't stop that. I thought you meant from now, the ones he's getting out, yeah.
So our laws right now basically are more loose, which allows more development. Is that what you're
Well, I
thinking?
think what a lot of people don't realize is and gentleman over here can tell me, but almost around 65, 67, I can look up the exact law, but it was it wasn't 3A, was it 3A? And Jerry could probably shout it out here, and you're allowed to do that, Jerry, if you can. So it allows you to build.
1967?
Yeah, you're not allowed, you can't restrict anything within the four walls. So right now, right up until this point and continue, you can build an ADU in this town and in every town in Massachusetts inside your four walls. If you want to add another bedroom, another kitchen, whatever, they cannot stop you. You have to pull a permit and comply with all that stuff, but egress and things like that, fire safety, fire and life safety, but you can do that. So we're really talking about detached in a way, you know, and certainly an addition if it then started to encroach on that 20 feet we talk about, not the 10 feet. So there's a lot of nuance there, but that's always been allowed, you know, and that's one of the reasons why I voted against the ADU, because we were only doing attached when we were looking at it. We did not consider detached 2.5 years ago, whatever, and there's no reason for this. You can already build one. I try to tell people, there's no reason.
So pretty much the moral of the story is we have nowhere near enough information to answer the question today. So we're gonna, I'm gonna check out
Jerry's
the
been
circle.
fighting it since you got here, you know.
Any final thoughts on this ADU to Representative Jones or Senator Tar?
No, with the exception of we'd like to continue to be included in the conversation, because this was the product of state legislation, and we'd like to hear, as you move forward and you navigate it, what there might be that we could do that might be helpful. It would be extremely helpful to be in the conversation.
Great. Thank you for the offer.
Just in relation to any changes we're going to propose, we've also got, how long does the AG have to approve a bylaw? The zoning bylaw's got to go to the AG.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking as far as the timing.
90 days with then you can get an extension. But the zoning bylaw is in effect from the date it's adopted. The AG's approval, which comes after, could negate what's in effect, but it's in effect from the date it's adopted by town meeting.
All right. Thank you. Unless you want to stick around for our discussion about the commission vacancy. Or, oh, that's what, yeah. So, we had a resignation on the CBC. Do you want to touch on that and then maybe?
I think officially Ryan issued a letter, Danielle, on the 26th of August. Brian Carroll, who's been a member for at least 3 terms, right?
I don't
2 terms?
remember how many terms.
Yeah,
I'm
I think it's 3. He was
Long
there
time.
before me. But he's moved out of North Reading. Their family moved, I believe, to Linfield.
Topsfield.
Topsfield.
Thank you. So we are kind of officially notifying you. I think we also will do so via letter, Danielle, right?
So I emailed the town administrator to let him know, but I think that this board would officially notify the select board of the vacancy, which
Right.
I think you can do tonight, if you would like to. And then it starts the process
Yeah,
of we
so
advertise.
We're officially notifying you all of the vacancy. I think
Appreciate it.
there's a process. It's interesting when I first was interested in the planning board when, was it Chris Demira? I forget his last name, but he left the planning board. There was a vacancy for a while, and a notice went out. So thank you. A notice went out, public notice. Submit your resumes, all that stuff, and I think there were 3 applicants, and we got interviewed by the CPC, as I recall. Warren was chair, whatever. And then they decided, because that was January, they kind of waited until January to do those interviews. They decided just to wait until the election in April. So they didn't end up appointing anyone. So I'm not familiar with the process as much, but I would assume that there's some sort of interview on our part with some applicants. They can issue, and then we give our recommendation to you, the select board. But I might be wrong on that.
We actually did this in
Okay.
2020 when I was liaison.
For what
Because they
board?
For your board.
Who?
Remember, and then he ran for election, the attorney that didn't
The attorney who
rerun.
got it. yeah.
Oh, okay, Jeremiah.
Jeremiah, that's how he
Yeah.
was, because somebody there was an opening already when I got on the select board.
Who filled in?
Jeremiah, and there was another fellow.
There were
that
2
got on
applicants,
board, too.
and then it just,
We didn't
you
fill
guys
in.
had a discussion, and just,
I think you voted and that was it.
I was liaison and we came to the, I came and reported to the select board and then we voted on it.
Then they voted to, who to bring forward.
But I think it was definitely
It could be
CPC.
a joint interview.
It was the Community Planning Commission who found the candidate and then was like, hey, yeah, these two people, what do you think? And then there was, after discussion you guys had, you brought, I mean, you still said that there was like multiple people, but just like anything, it was like that these are the two and this is who you recommend and then that's how the vote, if I
Makes sense.
believe correctly. So, okay.
So
You're absolutely
Michael's
right.
gonna,
Shows you how.
Michael's gonna tell us what really
It was
stands.
Jeremiah.
And Mr. Gilberto probably can tell us, he's gonna tell me everything I just said was wrong.
Time flies.
So this has happened twice in my 10 years here. The vacancy is filled by joint vote of both the planning commission and the select board. The candidate is voted or appointed, if you will, for a term that would expire with the next annual election. So even though the term, Ryan's term may have been longer, this would only be an appointment that would take us to the May election. Then it would be on the ballot. Nomination papers would be available ahead of that. In the past, I have recommended that there be a joint meeting to interview the candidates, learn more about the candidates. In one instance, there was a joint meeting that happened. In another, I think we discussed it as a joint meeting, but in the end, there were only members of the planning commission that attended. So I'll just kind of point that out. But obviously, you're going to collectively be asked to vote on the appointment with the planning commission, and ultimately decide who's going to be. So my suggestion is that we, as we have in the past, we advertise that we have a vacancy, we give a deadline certain for folks to apply in advance of, and then set a date while we're all here together with our calendars for when those interviews might be, and then ultimately for an appointment. It's not usually the same night, at least it hasn't been. It certainly could be. So that's sort of the.
So it goes on the May election for the unexpired term.
Yes, to fill the balance of the next.
So whatever, so was it Ryan just got reelected?
I think he's, yes.
Yeah, so there's basically 2+ years, 2.5 years. But he had to run again in May for the remaining 2 years, whoever the person was.
Would it be to fill in 2 years, or would the 3 years start?
No,
From
2 years.
just from now
It's
until
for
then,
the
May.
unexpired term, to fill out the unexpired term. We do the interim appointment,
And
and
then they run.
then there's nomination papers, anybody can run for the unexpired term, for the remainder of the 2 years.
So it's almost like he only had a year left, that's it. So there'll be another election in May, first term. So you don't get to write out the entire 3 years.
This is an interim appointment,
Oh, I see. So
and then it goes to the ballot. And it's open to anybody to run for the unexpired term.
So you guys got anyone to recommend?
Not really. Yeah, I do remember Jeremiah, and that was during COVID, and I do remember we interviewed via Zoom, and I think it was.
Wasn't the highest priority
Yeah.
at that time. I think it was like April 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was a while, but anyways, but appreciate, we'll work together.
Well,
setting up a date, I guess, or we can have them separate, the interviews. And
No, I mean, we can set up a date when you have people. I don't want to set it
Right.
now and then
So we'll put
reschedule.
out the advertisement and get out.
Okay. So,
So that's what has to happen first. We have to, Danielle, we have to advertise it in
We
paper first?
advertise it and we collect, resumes, applications, citizens activity forms. We could choose a date to hold the interviews
Sure.
at
Okay,
some
yeah,
reasonable
well,
time in the
yeah.
future.
Yeah, let's do it.
Would we say to give enough time for advertisement? Is there a set time normally you have to advertise, or?
I think we would want to allow 2 full weeks for candidates.
Okay.
That's just the standard that we try to use.
All right, so say we advertised Thursday in the newspaper. So then 1, 2, that takes us to September 26th. So anytime after that September 26th date, looking at the following week, there's Monday the 30th, Tuesday the 1st.
We have a meeting
no,
on the 30th.
there's too much going on.
You don't want to do it then.
Mr. Gilberto, do we already have, or we have to talk about the scheduled dates. Do we already have a select board meeting for the October? No. So, yeah, we're gonna have to wait on scheduling, because we have to get those dates down first, and then maybe we can incorporate. So, that's okay.
The
So-
only constraint I'm aware of is that, I'm just reading from the state law, selection shall fill such vacancy with such board fills. The select board, the remaining members of such board, planning commission, shall after 1 week's notice fill such vacancy or role. So that's the
Oh, so it's only a week then?
What's that?
It's 1 week?
You only have to give 1 week's notice to fill. Again, it's going to come down to, do you want to interview separately and then appoint at some other point in time? Do you want to interview and appoint at the same time? Those are things that have to give that. The example I can think of, COVID was a little more hazy to me because there was a lot going on at that point. But the prior one in 2014 or 15, we did the interview separately.
But you can do them both at the same time?
I think you could, yeah.
Okay.
Because of week's notice, yeah.
Okay.
And I think we may have, for at least one of them. I remember you guys being here and us voting. So I mean, I think that was.
Well, thank you.
The historian, he knows everything.
Who's doing 20? Probably recorded. Well, thank you for being here. Appreciate it, your time.
Thank you.
And I'll look forward to your meeting next week. And hopefully you answer absolutely everything before September 30th. So, thank you again.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Gilberto, we'll go to sign the warrant for the annual town meeting.
Yes, thank you. You're constantly here, and I'm making a change to reflect deleting the so-called placeholder for accessory dwelling units.
Yep.
I'm doing that based on what I heard from the discussion.
Yes.
Now, that'll bring us to 17 articles for the October 7th fall annual town meeting. Jen, there are two that are on the printer. Those are, you can discard those.
Okay.
And then I'll
You can do whatever you want.
Thank you.
Did see Max's sweaters in the old school already? That was cool. Okay.
I saw it. I saw it. You're reclaiming your chair? You were a little
Yeah,
low there for a while. It was.
It's very soft. I kind of sunk into it like a couch.
Is that why you were quiet?
I was awake. Is it printed yet?
All right, I'm gonna take that.
So the only change is going to be that there's no, okay. She'll make it back in time.
No articles. The article.
Article 16 is going to be removed because we're not going to,
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Article 16 is removed, and then the others were shuffled up one number to 16 and 17.
okay.
So instead of having 18 articles, we have 7. And I think I provided in the packet a very marked up version of the warrant. That's often what happens when we're getting near the finish line, especially in October where the timeline is tight. I'm kind of more looking to, I'm just amassing more for your information than anything else. What I'm going to pass around here are 2 copies. I'm going to pass one so I'll review the second just to confirm there's a lot of moving parts. Of the 17 article town meeting for Monday, October 7th.
And we're not voting on any of them, like recommended.
No, this is just a.
This is just like.
Sign the
Yeah, I mean,
list.
I will
Yeah.
note based on the timing, we don't have it posted on the agenda to vote recommendations.
No.
Which means that the warrant will get mailed with all of the articles saying recommended town meeting, which is what we, would need to do. In the end, I think that's probably gonna have to do based on the timeline that we're in at this point. We'll deal with recommendations either in a special meeting or on September 3rd.
Okay, fine.
You can pass it.
Yeah, just leave one of
We have to vote to sign it first.
Right.
Nick, you get a motion to sign?
Oh, yeah, we can't sign.
I can't sign it without, I mean, I could.
One
I
moment.
shouldn't.
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
We gotta wait.
I know the hour is late, but can we just print more copies for everybody to see? I just would like everyone to be able to.
I wasn't even gonna make the motion without seeing it, so.
Yeah, no, I think, in fairness to everybody, including the clerk. That's,
Is it the same, oh, just missing the thing.
so I'm gonna print more copies of it. Four more copies.
Good night, David.
Thanks, guys. Everybody doubted.
Good night.
I Saquon Barkley and Cooper Cup. Everybody doubted me. Everybody's gonna pay the price.
You guys want cookies?
No, is that one more
Yeah?
copy?
More copies.
Is it the same that's in our files? Is it the same? that's in-
It's not because it's cleaned up first.
Okay.
And second, we've struck one article based on tonight's
Okay,
conversation.
okay, gotcha.
The article that got
And
struck.
we actually put a date on it. There wasn't a
It
date on it.
was 16, Nick, the date you want. It shouldn't
Oh,
be
yeah,
there
that little
anymore.
thing.
Nice.
I'll go through and just kind of highlight what I recall from the comments to do certain wins.
What comments for?
Is that
Which comments?
for what's on the warrant?
Okay.
I can do that while we're waiting, but it might be
Please.
better if you had it in front of you.
Okay. Whatever we can do to move it along, I would appreciate it.
I'll just note that Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Those are all routine articles. That language has not changed, I think, in multiple years. So I hope there's a high level of comfort with that. Articles 10 and 11, those are appropriating money for 2 capital projects that could potentially be funded by a debt exclusion. I just want to note that these articles are both written to provide what town council and I believe is maximum flexibility for how to fund these projects. So it could be that we fund these projects with available funds. That could be probably not free cash, but it could be some other available source of funds, including town and land. I know the board has discussed, the potential for these projects to be funded by borrowing. So this would be to allow the authorization of borrowing. It would be to allow the authorization of borrowing contingent on a debt exclusion. If you chose to say the borrowing is only going to be valid if the debt exclusion passes, it could also be without that contingency. So you could simply authorize the borrowing and not make it contingent on the debt exclusion. So I think that kind of addresses 10 and 11. Again, my understanding is eventually the majority of the select board is going to offer a recommendation for how this project is funded. We anticipate there could be discussion about alternatives to fund that. This is intended to be written to allow town meeting to decide in whatever way it sees fit to fund these projects, with or without a debt exclusion. Article 12.
And Michael, we're going to get finance's recommendation as well, correct?
You said you mean the finance committee?
Yes.
I think the finance committee may be looking for a proposal from us too,
Oh.
before they recommend.
Okay.
That's entirely possible.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
Um,
I think they would have an opinion.
Article, and the one thing I will just note about debt exclusion too, I know that the board determined to take advantage of the opportunity to put the question before the voters on the November state election ballot. A decision to exclude debt for a project can be made at any point, so it could be after the fact. So, we could make a determination, we want this project to be approved, these projects to be approved as borrowing authorizations, have them not be contingent on the debt exclusion. The debt exclusion vote in November fails, the projects are still authorized and the borrowing is still authorized. And the community as a whole could decide, you know what, we do want to exclude the debt, which means raise taxes to pay for the debt at a later point in time. That could also happen. So trying to provide that maximum flexibility.
Just the finance planning team, when we discussed this last week, it was suggested that we do it this way to allow for the maximum flexibility. The debt exclusion votes are going to be on the November ballot anyway. But if a motion to be made is to borrow without, subject to the debt exclusion, again, as the town administrator said, the authorization is there, doesn't have to be spent right away. And again, if it doesn't fit within our normal operating budget, then we're not going to encumber the funds. If the debt exclusion happens to prevail, then we have an opportunity to take advantage of that. But this way here, at least the authorization is made by town meeting if they vote favorably, without cherry picking everything.
Good approach.
So we get the approval to do
But
it.
if they don't, we just find something else.
Good approach.
Mr. Gilberto?
Through, Mr. Chairman, just one point to maybe drive home. If the authorization to borrow is contingent on a debt exclusion, the debt exclusion vote fails, the appropriation is not valid. So we would not be able to go out and order a ladder truck and just determine how we're going to pay the debt afterwards. So something for us to think about, whether we want to have that contingency in place. Everyone may remember from the June town meeting, the appropriations were all contingent on, the additional appropriations were all contingent on an override vote, which did not pass, which meant the appropriations were not in place and were not valid. Same applies here. So just something that we'll need to think about. Again, that maximum flexibility, if it's going to be borrowing, is simply authorize borrowing and not having it be contingent to a debt exclusion vote. But again, we can talk further about that. There may be additional feedback you get from the finance committee or the financial planning team. But the discussion we've been having is that maximum flexibility, because we know there's a lot of different opinions, a lot of different thoughts about how to fund these projects. We don't want to foreclose any of them for town meeting.
And we also, as town administrator put it at the last meeting, have some other contingency funds that may become available because of the federal grant money, the opera money, which some of this may fit into, and whether it be through borrowing or paying cash for it. So we want to allow for the flexibility.
That ARPA money turns into free cash when expired, right? I'm sorry. No, it is the ARPA funds.
So yes, as long as we don't obligate it under a contract and we put it through the tax rate recap at the end of this October. So there's a timeline consideration. We have to decide before we would be entering into contracts in some cases that we're probably not going to be able to enter into a contract and then move it through that tax rate recap process.
Can you summarize what the tax rate recap
Sure.
process is?
So it's a report that we are required to give to the State Department of Revenue that articulates on paper in a format that the state gives us how the tax rate has been calculated for property in the town of North Reading. And it's got different components of it. It has a debt service that we've authorized. It has excluded debt service that we've authorized, such as the middle high school project or some other construction projects that we have. It's the operating budgets for municipal government, for the schools. It all adds up to an amount that is then coupled with revenue that we receive from the state, from local receipts. And one of the things that we would be doing with this is articulating that we're using ARPA as a local receipt replacement, or revenue replacement, I think is what it's called. But when that happens, what actually occurs is it becomes free cash a year from now.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I think that's it on 10 and 11, 11 and 12, 10 and 11. Article 12, we left it on there. We don't anticipate needing an appropriation of upwards of $200,000. It's likely to be passed over. I'm talking about the Elm Street litigation. I don't want folks to be concerned, but we have made it a trend to leave it on there just in case we run into any trouble with this significant, potential development project. Article 13, 14, and 15, those are the so-called MBTA zoning articles. I will just note that, as has been the case in the past, we have not enumerated the sections from them. That would happen after any potential bylaw amendment was approved, so that's why those numbers are blank. It does relate to two parcels, 104 Lowell Road and 100 Lowell Road. We have a site plan review modification in Article 14, same that was in place on the June town meeting warrant. And then for Article 15, it's the zoning map, which we would be updating to reflect a more current version from what was in effect as of June 5th, 2021, which is the date of the last one.
Can I just ask a question? This is split in 3 different articles?
Yes.
But let's say they vote yes for 2, but no for 1. I mean, why wouldn't we just put this all in one?
This is the way it was, I believe, recommended by town council, and
Okay.
planner, second submitted by the planning commission twice. So we customarily are not doing things like modifying the zoning map until after the main zoning has been approved, it's usually a separate article.
Okay.
So I think we all felt that this was probably the best way to
Okay.
have it
Good
occur.
question.
All right, thank you.
Article 16, this is to amend the general bylaws to allow for the use of technology for electronic voting and the determination of the vote. I just noticed vote is not capitalized. It should be. The article would seek to strike the current text about determination of vote and replace it with new text, and I'm summarizing, that would make clear that the moderator would still declare the vote as it appears to him or her. They would need to declare a 2/3 majority vote if required by statute, and would be recorded as such by the town clerk. They may declare that all related votes shall be taken by electronic technology as well. The moderator is unable to determine the vote by the sound of the voices in the room, or if the decision is questioned by 7 or more voters standing in their place for that purpose to question the vote. The moderator shall direct that account be taken whether by raised hands, electronic voting technology, or by paper ballot or otherwise, as determined by the moderator and the moderator's sole discretion. So this is written to give the moderator the ability to determine this and to take advantage of potential opportunities for counting the vote. And then finally, should 25 voters stand in their place, we're familiar with that number, favoring the use of yes or no ballots, such a vote shall be taken using an electronic voting system. If the electronic system is not available, the moderator shall call for a paper ballot instead.
When we have the top section is what we currently have and the bottom section is what we're proposing, are we allowed to highlight the changes so that people have an easier way of digesting it within this document?
We have done bylaws in that fashion. In this case, we're showing what's being deleted and what's being put in place. That's the way we present it here. And I do think it's probably going to be necessary because of the number of changes that we're making. It's going to be hard to just say we're changing this word to that word.
Okay, all right.
It's pretty significant process changes that are happening.
All right.
And I don't know that I can responsibly edit it at this moment.
Okay, so then we need to do a few slides to explain.
We do slides and we do a description too.
Yeah, okay, great, okay, thanks.
Oh. What's it regarding? Because I'm not really trying to take questions. Which one?
Oh, I just want to know who sponsored this article,
Which one?
this voting
It's the select-
change.
I brought it up.
The select board.
We did.
Select board sponsored it to make the changes to our voting?
Right.
And how long has the process that we have now been standing? Just curious.
Just to be clear, the only thing we're changing is the use of an electronic device.
Right, I understand that.
tally.
My
Nothing
question
else
was-
has changed.
Get the 25
Right, I'm just asking,
That hasn't
how long
changed.
has this been standing, the way we do business
I
now?
first got elected moderator in 1973, and this was in place.
Nice, okay, so it's worked all those years?
Hold on.
Well,
No,
Okay, I get it.
Stop.
Yeah,
No,
sorry.
No, we're not having, September 30th, you can ask.
Thank you.
I like that. I do have actually one question. The last sentence of delete current text says the moderator shall appoint tellers to make and return the count. And then that isn't followed on the next one. Is there any reason for that?
Where are you?
Last line of delete current
Great
text.
point, and I unfortunately don't know the answer. I was not involved in the development of the bylaw. As a town clerk, the moderator working with town council. It would seem to me to be something we could reasonably seek to be added. We could do that in the form of an amended main motion, so we vote, instead of just approve as written with the addition of the following statement: the moderator shall appoint. We could also make the change on the fly right now, that if folks are comfortable.
When does this get printed?
It needs, whether this is in this version or not needs to be decided tonight. Whether it gets added after the fact, you can decide up until
No, but if we do that tonight, it will be part of what gets printed?
It would, yes.
Okay, then I'd rather do that. Does
So
anybody have?
what is the question? I'm
Pretty
sorry.
much that it looks like a minor oversight that the moderator, because I've seen them do it, appoints the tellers to make and return the count. It's not on section C. It just says the moderator shall call for a paper ballot consistent with, whatever we currently have, but maybe we can just insert that.
But it's not, excuse me, the paper ballots are not collected by the tellers. The paper ballots are collected by the clerk. You know, when you have the paper ballot, the tellers that he appoints are for the hand counts, standing counts. Paper ballots are handled by the clerk and her staff.
So is
Her
the,
staff, okay.
Oh, so they returned the count. When they say return the count, though, this is actually.
The return the count is on the standing of the hand counts.
Right,
and
but
they
I
say,
remember them actually
in our
saying
section
how
here,
many people were-
43 in favor,
Right.
29 opposed.
So they're still returning the count to the moderator.
If the moderator chooses to use that methodology, what it does is, this is in the absence of,
Right.
if the moderator wants to just move the clickers, he can do that. But if he wants to go to a voice count, and then a standing count, and then the clickers, that's fine. So that's in keeping with the past tradition as to how it's handled. And in the absence, if the technology fails, that's the methodology that needs to be used.
Mr. Gilberto?
As I read what's been printed and provided to us by the moderator, the town clerk, and the town council, 25 voters stand in their place, and they use the so-called clickers, electronic voting system, to express whether or not. Okay, so 25 people stand up. We have to count the 25 people. If we can't, there's no teller counting for that. It's they stand in their place.
The moderator goes like
He
this.
counts 25 or he does not.
25.
So when he gets to 26, he stops counting, right? So no teller is needed for that. But the thing I do want to just call out is, there's no option here to go to a voice vote. It goes right into an electronic voting system vote. If that's failed, it's a paper ballot. So is that clear? We don't have, in this situation, 25 voters standing in their place, and the moderator counts 25, the electronic voting system is used. If it's unavailable, it goes to a paper ballot. not a
If it's
voice vote.
unavailable.
Yeah, if it's unavailable.
So it goes straight from electronic to paper?
In this instance, there's no voice
There's
vote.
no voice
The
vote?
voice vote equivalent is the standing in place.
Now, if we change these bylaws right now and we don't get those electronic clickers by, I don't even know what the lead time is. Let's say we don't get these clickers by June. How is he going to take a vote?
So I think what you're going to see is, we have a bylaw that allows us to do it. We will not have available to us electronic voting, and we're going to be going in the same order that's listed here. It's going to be voice vote,
To paper.
because we have to make available the
Oh,
option.
they just mentioned voice vote wasn't an option.
For-
If we have
In
that,
that instance, of
We
the
don't
25
want
people,
clickers?
it needs to go straight to a paper ballot.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's after the voice standing or clicker.
True, true,
The
true. Okay, I'm
ballot doesn't,
overthinking
the
it.
ballot,
No,
yes,
no,
no ballot doesn't come until
Do you think we
the other
can
two things
find the
occur.
correct term and not call it clicker, because if you say it
Electronic.
enough, then everybody will do it, and then I'll lose
Electronic
my
voting
mind.
system.
Electronic voting system,
Electronic voting system. That's the technical.
EVS?
TVS?
You mean a clicker?
That's a hot phrase.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Massey, is that okay? Thank you. Next.
Article 17 would appropriate funding for the electronic voting devices. So this article, we've written this with the authorization, including to borrow, to fund it.
Will we have a number or an
We
estimate?
will have a number.
Okay.
We've heard some of the numbers that have been thrown out in the previous conversation we discussed previously. But we'll have a number, at least for a baseline, and then obviously we'll talk about the ability to rent.
What's the quantity you're thinking?
I think we've been talking about between 5 and 800, and that's what we keep seeing for numbers from examples from other places.
Yeah.
800 seems to be pretty common.
What was our last time meeting?
Oh, it was more than that. I mean, so, yeah, we.
So how did we fall on 800?
What's that?
How did we fall on 800?
It's just the example that we've seen from other places. We could buy 1,000 of them if that's what we thought made sense. If we need to rent because we anticipate a larger crowd coming, that's an option that's available to us. But there have been evenings when we have not anticipated an excessive crowd and it showed up. So it's going to be, that is a difficult thing to balance.
I wonder, I'm just thinking, because that's actually, I'm seeing what you're saying. Would there be an opportunity, I'm just trying to think operationally how to make it easy. So let's say we got 800, we got 200 people who aren't going to be able to get EVSs. Would we put them in a separate section of seating to be able to count them easier? So no one's clickering and raising?
I would defer to the moderator through you, Mr. Chairman, but I suspect we would be making a determination the system's not available and we're going.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I think
you
it's
don't-
no,
it's
we're
gonna
not-
be-
It's gonna be one
So you're gonna
methodology.
move everyone?
You don't
Middle of town
have,
meeting?
It's one, there could be one method at a time.
yeah, you don't
Either they
have
do it like
to-
this, Everybody's gonna be able to this?
It seems like it's gonna be an all or
Right.
nothing.
What if you have 1,000 people and you have 800 clickers? That's what I'm getting at.
No,
It's gonna be
in a
big
big
crowd.
meeting.
Then we
you
don't
could
use the
them.
clickers.
Yeah, we
You
just have to
wouldn't use-
revert.
You wouldn't use the clickers necessarily, or you would
We go back
anticipate a
to,
big crowd, and if you bought 800, you would rent 250,
you can rent
300 for that evening.
Just for our own purpose, besides what it's gonna cost, and we can decide an 8 or 1,000, can we get an idea of what the rental would be?
I'm sure
There's some estimate somewhere, so, anyone else?
yeah, can we make sure that all of this wording is here so that nobody says, well, it doesn't say that anywhere? That's not what it
I can't
says.
responsibly recommend changes to it right now. We can talk further about this at the hearing. And if
Okay.
there's things we want to add, we could add them in the main
Okay.
motion. You know, and that would
You could
involve
have it
creating
in
a
the town meeting.
So you're not foreclosed for making
Okay.
changes to it. We're just talking about what would be in the
All right.
the email.
Can I have a motion, Mr. Massey?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I move to approve and sign the 2024 fall annual town meeting warrant.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion?
Sure Doug wants to go home?
Football game's already over.
Doug wants to go home. Anything else besides
I
Doug
wanna
wants to
go home too.
Mrs. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I could,
I can't.
1 second.
I can't.
1 second.
I can't. Mr. O'Leary?
Aye.
Mr. Wallner? Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mrs. Gonzalez?
Aye.
The chair is aye.
Okay,
On the 30th.
just a point. It's over, meeting's over, it's adjourned, right?
No.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, we gotta watch it
I'm
there.
sorry. Forgive me.
We are
this
never
article-
going home.
And I'm going home?
I feel-
So,
I'm jealous.
Article 17 is the cost of the clicker?
No,
Is that how I read
Yeah.
it?
yeah, 17,
Okay.
yes.
Appropriate
So
funding.
shouldn't that have been Article 16 and then Article 17? You don't?
No, we
No, you
had to
don't need to
decide
put
we
this until
wanted
you have
them
a bylaw.
before we
You need
appropriate
a bylaw
funding.
first.
There's two copies.
Then you need the clicker.
Yes.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
It's not as
Yeah.
expensive as you think, by the way.
No
Not
sense
that
in
much.
science, we would get to the bylaw.
Sorry.
No. Hey, you took a shot.
Good night, Mr. Griffin.
Bye, good night. Thank you so much.
We have a clean copy now with the.
Clean copy, okay. We'll get this signed very quickly.
While we're waiting for the updated printed copies to come, I do want to recognize the constable, Doug Lab, who is not paid for his time sitting here this evening. It's all right. He gets paid the same amount for posting, I believe, right, Mr. Lab? Yes. So thank you for always being flexible. I know tonight we were at least able to warn you that it'll be multiple hours.
It's entertaining and I learn a lot.
Think about how well educated you are about
On North
We can
Reading.
always set up a
Glad you
TV
invited
for
me.
you.
And then tomorrow.
Does he work for Northern?
No.
So my question is, are they, the clicker, whatever you want to call them, are they, they're not proprietary to one town, it's just a yes/no type device? Vote yes or no.
Yeah, they generally only signal yes.
So can you
no.
find a town that also has 800 and you just agree to with them that if you swap them, if you need them for a big
That's an
town meeting?
idea. I like the way you think.
That is,
Hey, Linfield, we'll borrow your 800 if we need them.
Well, then the question is, the cynic in me is like, one breaks, and then they're both like, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. You broke our
It's
clicker,
not
you
terribly
want
expensive.
No, it's not a bad
It's
idea
really not a
though.
bad idea at
It's
all.
creative.
Maybe a bulk purchase with another town wouldn't be a bad
There you
idea.
go. Again, just for the record, these are, they communicate by radio frequency, not the internet. So they're directly communicating in the room, not going out to the internet, and coming back to minimize exposure for jamming or hacking.
Why have to sign?
We're signing two. Please.
Jeez, that's gonna be the next one.
the fact that there's not an app for that is just, there probably is. I mean, and you know what that would cost? User licenses for the number.
And here.
You could
sir?
assign each resident their own number.
This is you.
I've seen this,
You have.
but it's too advanced for here.
I'm too tired to think about it.
I know you're waiting for them to put it in your hand, I gotta look at it one more time.
Oh, no worries.
Oh, go.
We don't have it.
I signed it already, I'm not
No,
signing.
it's fine, I just wanna make sure that it's signed is what we intend.
Mr. O'Leary, you're not tired, are you?
No. Just look at, they're only halfway through the agenda.
Yeah. I have to drive to Hingham and then to
Hold on, hold on,
Brooklyn.
hold on.
Actually, you're more than halfway through. No, actually about halfway through.
Is this like a semi-recess where I can ask one question? What is a constable?
He's a constable.
What is the constable?
By the truest definition, the first, one of the first two appointed positions by the king when they established the colonies. He was instructed to keep the peace amongst his neighbors and deliver all courtly, kingly notices. So it was a position that most people didn't want because you would have to keep the distance between them when they started fighting, and nobody liked you.
Do you live in town?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So is that where Don't Kill the Messenger came from?
Probably. And then, so as time evolved, the duties of keeping the peace were assigned to police departments. And as that grew, the two sort of divided.
Oh, constable
And
on
if you go
patrol.
through, as much as
Constable
I've
on
reviewed
patrol,
from
that
the
makes
law,
sense.
there is actually no point where the duties of the police officers was ever taken away from the constables. So I think by law, by the truest definition, I could still enforce any law.
You don't got handcuffs on, do you?
I don't
I
know,
do,
we
but
had that
but
debate.
that's a
Oh.
different, I do, and you can, as a constable, serve capias. But you can also arrest for other things, but I think as soon as I did, it would be the last thing you five would ever allow me to do, because the liability would be opened up to the.
Cool, sorry to put you on the spot, I
That's
actually
all right.
didn't know what
No, that was
And I could be
interesting.
completely wrong in half of what I interpret.
No, no, no.
I'm not aware of that.
That makes
While we wait for that to
more
print, we
sense
continue.
that cop is
All
constable
right, we're
on
gonna
patrol.
continue.
So that makes perfect sense.
Does that make me what?
Because the word cop is constable on patrol.
Yes, but there are also differences in different states, so some states constables are like our state troopers.
All right. So, we're gonna move on. We're gonna try to go quickly. Gilberto,
Please.
number 11. Let's go over.
So this is an item that the chair and I opted to bring to the board, and truth be told, is something that I've been giving consideration to for some time now. And that is one of the challenges, I think, to the timely approval of minutes can be how long they are. And so one thing that I felt was important to bring to the board was a review of what's required in the minutes for a meeting. I do want to note that nothing in what I'm going to do here precludes a more detailed set of minutes from being created, and more information being included, either on an ongoing basis or in a special circumstance, because we've made a determination that the topic requires additional details. So I just want to be clear that you continue to have flexibility, but looking at this maybe can guide us a bit in how we might be able to get briefer but accurate minutes available. And one thing I do want to note is it was pointed out to me that this version of the open meeting law guide that I referred to, which is what you get when you Google open meeting law in Massachusetts, was actually updated by the Attorney General's office. So I read them side by side to just see where the differences were. The only difference I saw was with regard to a way the minutes were described as public records or not. So I didn't see it as substantive in terms of what the minutes include. But the things I do want to note that we should be looking to modify are certainly the noting of the documents that are referred to in the minutes, which is not something that we're doing right now. We have the minutes themselves that are available, but I don't believe that the recording secretary is delineating out the list of items that are being referred to in the minutes. And I think we should be looking to do that to make sure that we're complying with what the open meeting law requires. We make all the information available to the public, so it's not an issue about it being available to folks as public records. It's more about noting what's been included with it. So I'm just going to go, very quickly. Public bodies are required to create the minutes. They must include. They must be created and approved in a timely manner. They must include the date, time, and place of the meeting, the members present or absent, the decisions made or actions taken, including a record of all votes, a summary of the discussion of each subject, a list of all documents and exhibits used at the meeting, and the name of any member who participated in the meeting remotely. think we're generally covering all that, with the one exception of the list of all the documents. We have the documents available, we're not creating.
They're kept and they are put in the book that we keep up once management approved. All the documents are added to the back of the minutes. You just don't see them again. You have them in your packet.
Yeah. So what we could do, or what you should do, is create the list so that it's with the minutes and people know, okay, well, what am I looking for? Well, this is a list of documents, I can find that, I can request it as a public record. So that is something I think we should consider updating. Again, the minutes, while it says, while the minutes must include a summary of the discussions on each subject, a transcript is not required, but it certainly is something that's available to you. No vote can be taken in executive or open session by secret ballot, which obviously we're not doing. Votes taken in executive session must be by roll call and the results recorded in the minutes. We've talked about that. That's how we handle things here. Public bodies must identify in the minutes all documents and exhibits used at a meeting and must retain them in accordance with the record retention schedule. The documents and exhibits need to be attached or physically stored with the minutes. But they are public records. And again, we would provide them if they were requested from us within the required timelines.
Well, I mean, it's really long, but again, I thought it was important to, like, it's still just showing effort, right, on that whole thing. Like, hey, we're reviewing policies, we're having this discussion. It's, if there's any loose ends that are still loose, we're tying them, you know, so, and it's really long. These are the pages here, but it's actually longer than this. Any questions on Mr. Roberto went over?
No, but thank you for providing that.
I think the question we have is there an openness to more actively summarizing than perhaps we have been in the minutes?
Define that.
Less words.
Less words.
You know, again, it's a question, you know, that I put to you. And again, it doesn't preclude at any point in time us from saying, from a member saying, I'd like that statement recorded in the minutes, which we do. And sometimes when we don't get it right, we obviously update it. And then the second thing it gives us is the opportunity to say, well, we want all of it to be included. But over my time here, the 10 years, the minutes themselves have gotten longer and longer and longer. And that does add to the time it takes you to review them, and it adds to the time it takes us to create them.
I mean, personally, it's like all or nothing. Like either you're gonna keep it general, or you're gonna have to have every single word of everything everybody's saying.
I agree.
Why can't she keep it general? Why can't we keep it general? And if someone wants to have edits, then they can have edits. If they want to have a transcript of their words, then they can certainly do so.
Sure.
As I've been doing just about every minute. I think I've spent about half my select board time defending myself in meeting minutes,
That's certainly an alternative that I think, you know, could work to allow us to get you sooner rather than later a draft to work on. I think, and that doesn't foreclose the ability of either adding something when they're in draft format, or even adding them, you know, when we get to the evening of the meeting.
So it could be general, and I could say, hey, I would really like that comment that I made put in there.
Yeah, I was very profound. I want that.
Exactly. I want that there.
But let me ask, what is the general resource needed to do it?
To do what we just described?
To provide transcript on demand.
I mean, if it's going to be, we've tried using the Zoom function and the AI that goes with it, and it doesn't work. What it ends up is a run-on sentence that no one could understand.
Correct.
So it doesn't comply. It's not useful to the public. It's not useful to you. We've tried a couple of times. It's good for searching for a particular word if it heard the word right, but that's about it. So you know,
Not real English.
Unfortunately, Jen is in a situation where she is at the meeting taking notes and then watching the video of the meeting to try to encompass things, and probably watching it multiple times in order to encompass the comments, versus if we were to try to summarize, obviously still recording the votes, and then, as we have the past couple of weeks, try to provide the minutes earlier than the meeting packet, which has been the custom. Usually the minutes come to you in the meeting packet on a Thursday or Friday before the select board meeting. We're trying to get them out. It was Tuesday last week. It was whatever date it was the week before. That gives you the opportunity to give us any written feedback, incorporate it so that when it shows up in your packet as a draft, it's updated. That's sort of the way I would see it playing out.
So just some general thoughts. One is, if I was a reader if I was trying to get these minutes and I had a collection of general comments and then very specific ones, I'd be wondering if the general comments, that's what all they offered, and that they didn't give details. So it would be an inconsistent document to me about how it's being handled. That would be, it would be like, just raise questions in my mind. So since NORCAM is like the backup for all of this, it's pretty common now to put in like, okay, at, you know, it's 0 to 4 hours, whatever it is, and at 22 minutes and 30 seconds, this section, you can go to NORCAM and see this section, and then you can get the real details by going to NORCAM and going right to that spot and finding the details that you're looking for about that. So we can stay more general, but to be very specific and queuing them up on the NORCAM, what the actual dialogue was so people can find it. Because I'm kind of more in the thought of like, let's keep it general.
Yeah.
Let's not get bogged down. Anytime I read meeting notes, and usually it is pretty general. But then we could direct them to where the absolute record is NORCAM. I mean, that's our record. And then we're not getting into like into heavy transcripts or edits or stuff like that.
So I think the question though is that
That's my general thought.
we know the requirements and the AG allows for summary. So the question is, do we bring in the resources to do transcript? Because Ms. McNeil can't. So the question becomes,
Yeah.
what is, like, she just doesn't have time.
We already lost a person who has it.
No, that's fine, no,
Yeah.
this is the discussion, because if it's warranted and it's worth it for the board, we do it. I don't know, because I don't do it. What would that entail to bring in a resource, whether a technology person, I don't think it's
Money.
to do, I know money, but like, what do you need? Like, is it actually somebody who like sits there and looks at every single minute? Is that how the transcripts, is that how it happens?
So the challenge is a transcript is not going to be sufficient. They need to take it and turn it into a format that's usable for the public to determine votes that were taken. It's not, the minutes aren't supposed to recap every word that was said. They're supposed to show how the business of the town was conducted. So much in the way of the Zoom transcript, if you just have it transcribed, it's just gonna, I mean, it may show a great back and forth. Mr. O'Leary said this, Mr. Waller said that, and so on and so forth. It may show that. But then when it gets to tallying a vote and putting the time in, there's still gonna be work that's gonna need to be done to it to turn it into something useful as meeting minutes for the public. So-
We're also putting at the end of the meetings now that full transcription of this can be found within putting NORCAM's link.
Oh, so you're doing
I've
that.
been adding that to the end of the last few months because
Okay.
from feedback I'm getting from because of trying to streamline it to the summary, because that's, you open yourself up to legal situations if it's verbatim, and that's not what the open meeting law is requiring of, the minutes.
Yeah, so I'll be clear. I think what this conversation going on right now is about me. I'm not, let's not beat around the bush.
No, because there were bad,
No, I mean, it's very clear. I'm the only one making meeting minute edits, so I'll take it with a grain of salt. I am willing to help Ms. McNeil. I would want Ms. McNeil to have as much of an easier time dealing with me than I have to deal with me. So, but to that point, and yeah, I know, Mr. O'Leary, you're gonna have to go through it too for just 2.5 more years.
Mrs. Menni-Pelli, just to add,
Oh, yeah.
your predecessor was
Yeah.
like, it's not.
So
Absolutely.
then, what's the big deal? So I think summaries are okay, but then if someone wants their words to get in, send them over to get them in. I'm not putting the responsibility on our secretary to write down every single word that we have. That's up to us.
But she has to
If
back
we
it
want
up,
it.
so she can't.
She has to validate.
She has to validate, so if you watch it, she has to,
Oh,
again.
is it not validated by going in front of you guys to vote for approval? And if you have an
But
exception,
the way we
you
know
vote
that it's accurate is because they validated it. That's what I mean.
She has to go through the exercise of watching NORCAM again and say I submitted, an edit. This is what I said. She's gonna have to go back and verify that that's what I said on that. She's gonna have to take the time to do it, verify it, goes before us. And then if we wanna take the time, once we get the draft, to go back in and see if what she said is true, just a lot of spinning the wheels. But like I said, you're not the first one. And listen, I don't begrudge you what you've been doing and what you've been trying to do. That's all. I get it. It's okay. But we have gone through this before with other members in the past, and we call things a little differently, want more details, and it's like, you know, and then at times it turned into, oh, you wanted something, well, now I want what I had in there said too, you know, and it just.
Well, let's do this. I'm gonna let Mr. Gilberto speak it, like, we had this discussion. The point is, we're a board. We should have this discussion. We're not gonna go crazy on each other. We had a discussion, and Mr. Gilberto.
I can't speak for anybody else, but this has been a challenge with all 10 select board members that I've worked with. So it's not unique to you, Mr. Massey. And there's no greater evidence of that than the December meeting minutes that you were asked to sign off on, you know, one month ago. So again, I can't speak to others, but this is not about you. This is about a concern that has evolved over time that has, you know, resulted in turnover in this position. We were very fortunate. We had Mrs. McGill's predecessor here. I think it was 6 or 7 years. That was by far the longest you had a recording secretary here. But it's been an increasing challenge. It far predates your time on the board. And you can take me on my word or not, but that's just how I see it. And the second thing I'll just say is I actually agree with what you're proposing to address it. I think that that's a tremendous way to try to address it, to just allow us to get a draft out to the board and then let folks respond to it. Because that's what happens anyway. I mean, somebody provides the comments, we make the change. We don't question it. Sometimes the comments aren't accurate. We know they're not accurate, but we make the change anyway and give it to you to determine whether that's the case or not. So I don't have a problem with that, to be candid with you.
Okay. So, look at that segue. Meeting minutes approval. That's what's next.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I'll just note, if we're onto that agenda item, that we did get some comments back on, I think it was both public session minutes, and we got them emailed out, printed out for you in front of you here, so hopefully everyone's had a chance to look at them.
Did everyone have a chance? I'm not gonna ask you. Okay, Mr. Massey, please, give the motions.
These motions are with my edits in there?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the regular session meeting minutes for the August 19th, 2024 meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the regular session meeting minutes for the August 23, 2024 meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion?
I'll abstain. I'll abstain because I wasn't there.
Mr. Walden's abstained. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Next item, Mr. Roberto.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the next item is on the agenda after discussion between myself, Mrs. Studo, and Town Council regarding opportunities for future trainings for all of our elected and appointed board and committee members. There's any number of different trainings that we could look to do that can be offered to us by Town Council. I'm just going to read from the list because I think it's important for everybody to hear the issues. Discrimination, harassment, avoidance training, procurement and contracting, disciplining public employees with due process, conflicts of interest law, public records law, open meeting law, how to conduct a flawless public hearing, public and private ways, navigating your way through the law on highways and byways, everything you always wanted to know about town meeting but were afraid to ask, Community Preservation Act, which we don't have but we'll hear more about, land use and zoning law updates, street layout process. Town Council is happy to provide a couple of trainings per year at no charge. We talked about whether we look at, first up, but potentially being the open meeting law, because so many of our boards and committees are affected by it, and we've got a lot of turnover over the past few years. So I think what we're looking to do is to try to schedule a training that we would make available to all of our board and committee members or their staff, and then obviously invite the members of the select board to participate as well. as a sort of a best practice to try to make sure that we're up to date on whatever trends are out there, and try to make sure that our boards and committees are all up to speed as well. That could be in person, could be virtual.
That's something to think about. We'll go through a list and then we'll talk about it future meeting.
Sure.
Everybody have their calendars out for the meeting schedule?
Yep.
Let's go, Roberto. We'll be at the 30th.
Go back. All right, so just looking at the calendar and the board's policy with regard to having the meetings generally on the first and third Monday of the month. We had a meeting scheduled for September 30th for the warrant article hearing. And then the dates that we would suggest would be Monday, October 7th for the fall annual town meeting, Monday, October 21st, Monday, November 4th.
Can I stop for 1 second? Because we kept it to the 7th and we want to make sure everything's voted on, can I get member availability for the 4th?
October 4th?
October for the Friday before.
Okay, yep.
Remember how we were going to do that?
I think that would be great
We
to
vote
just have
on
that.
before town meeting.
What happened?
You know how before town meeting we have that little meeting?
Yeah.
This is, we're going to keep it on the 7th and we're not going to be there.
Oh, yeah,
We're going
but
to
we
do
need-
it the Friday before. Is what do you guys, I can do either, is 4:30 okay, or do you guys want to do in the morning?
I have to work that day.
Okay, all day?
I got a
I
4
fly out in
o'clock.
the morning.
Okay.
I have a 4 o'clock.
Wow. How about Thursday?
Free.
Rosh
Can we do it
Hashanah.
Monday morning,
Oh,
the
Rosh
7th? No?
Can we not have SB meetings either
Yeah.
on holiday?
Holiday.
Is it possible we can do Monday morning? The 7th?
I'm on plane. Oh,
If you do JetBlue, you can dial in.
can't talk, they'll yell at me. I've tried. Wednesday the 2nd?
Works for me.
I know I'm pushing it now, but
That works.
morning or afternoon?
I can do anything that
I can do anything that day, so you guys pick.
Later afternoon is not good. It's Rosh Hashanah, actually.
Okay.
I mean, it's the eve of Rosh Hashanah, but it's fine. We can do it in the morning, just not night.
Can we do, can everyone do mornings?
So do first
what's
thing in
the
the morning.
second?
How about
I
that?
can do Wednesday the 2nd in the
Yeah.
morning, I can do.
8 a.m.?
I think,
No, no, Nick, you say no, or yes?
I'll find a way. Yeah, I'll find a way. 8 a.m. is good.
Trying that.
It's close to, yeah. Early
8's
first.
good for me.
So 8 a.m. on the
October 2nd,
2nd.
Wednesday.
Did you say 15?
That's just a Zoom meeting, correct?
It's the Zoom, yeah, the 2nd.
8 o'clock.
And this tie up loose ends on recommendations on articles.
Correct.
How long do you think that'll go?
We usually have what, maybe like,
45 minutes.
I'd say an hour at the most.
Okay.
yeah.
Keep in mind, we should have met, well, we will have met on September 30th.
Right,
Monday
so we should have
before.
knocked a lot
There
down.
shouldn't be much left. Famous
Were
last word, famous last word.
you saying the 21st?
What's that?
And when you continued on, when I
I
interrupted
said,
you,
yeah,
sorry.
October 21st would be the third Monday for a regular meeting. November 4th and November 18th. I think we'd be looking at classification on November 18th, right? You want the earlier of the two, the 4th?
If we can. Yeah, November 18th is early.
Around the 4th.
November
Ms.
4th is
McNeil.
early.
Ms. McNeil, you're gonna send these out after?
Of course.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, so after the 7th, we got
21st.
21st.
I'll email you all in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
So you're up to 11:18. Are you going beyond that?
So the one thing I'll just note is, we're looking to have the tax rate set. We will certainly shoot for November 4th, but there's a possibility that we're not approved by the Department of Revenue in time, and they're talking about needing to ask you for a meeting the week of November 11th. It could not be November 11th because that's a state holiday, Veterans Day. But, so we'd be talking about Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
They approve after. So we're working on new growth.
But us being ready.
Yeah,
to
us
the
being
4th
ready,
is what I'm
that's,
concerned about.
yeah.
But there's no, Monday the 11th doesn't work, it's not it's a holiday, so.
So what's
I
wrong with
guess
the-
I'm just noting
The
that if-
18th too late?
Yeah, DOR's been taking longer, so in order for us to get tax bills out, we just need an earlier approval from them. Because what happens if we get into, like the crux where everyone's submitting at once, it takes longer, and then we run into a delay with the company that does the printing and the mailing. It just backs everything
We don't
up.
jump to the front of the list?
So, and DOR's process, they're still all remote, so just the processes that they go through, the way they have to email their files and create their PDFs, it's just taking a long time.
But we have to have a classification hearing.
You have to have it here.
Yeah, we have to have a hearing.
On the 4th?
So it's not like a quick.
Right now, we're looking at the 4th, but what we're
Okay.
saying is if we're not ready, we may have to come to you and say we need to find another date. So we'll make every effort to know that on October 21st.
Okay.
That's reasonable, right?
That brings us to the end of December, right?
Yeah, December
December
2nd and
2nd.
16th as the first and third Mondays. And then, just based on the calendar, the next meeting would be Monday, January 6th.
We just, we'll pick more dates out then,
That's what would be
like
my
later in
suggestion.
December.
There'll be a special
20th
town
is
meeting
Martin
in
Luther.
January for ADUs. At some point.
What's that?
There'll be a special town meeting in January for ADUs.
Yes.
Maybe.
Okay. All right, appointments.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I'll start with the auditor, and then I'll go into town council. So the auditor is a position that the select board appoints, engages for the audit of a particular fiscal year. We had a longtime auditor, 25-plus years, who retired, I think 3 years ago now at this point. So it was Juicy and Hingston was the firm. We contracted with another auditor whose firm, remind me of the Markham's predecessor's name, Melanson. It used to be Melanson and Heath, then it was Melanson. Melanson was bought out by Markham, who was one of the companies that proposed to provide audit services in response to our request for quotes. We've been working with Markham over the past couple of years. Their proposal did come in as fairly expensive, and I will say that at times we've struggled with their responsiveness with regard to getting the audit to be complete. So you have a proposal from them. You have a proposal from Clifton Larson Anderson, CLA, is that right? The firm goes by CLA. They are a larger company with a lot of clients, but we have been working with them to provide accounting services or supplemental accounting services for the finance department, including regarding ARPA funding. We had a very productive relationship with them. They are able to provide you a firewall for audit services where they would be auditing, but the people that are auditing would not be providing the accounting services and vice versa, and that's a best practice. You don't want those two to be the same people because they're supposed to be watching over each other. So that is an option that's available to you, but I know I sit here with my recommendation being Roselli & Clark, which is a company that is based out of Woburn, does a lot of work in the area for audit services for cities and towns, has demonstrated a commitment for up to the next 6 years, I believe, to provide services based on the career path of the principal, who we've dealt with directly in this instance, and who can provide us help with better accounting for our fixed assets, which is an issue that came up in our last audit that you'll see in the coming weeks. But ultimately, it's the select board's decision, so neither Lorian nor I should be certainly telling you what to do or giving you a recommendation. I think the thing that gives us the most sort of ability to have help and oversight is to go with Roselli & Clark, because it leaves you able to still contract with CLA for any supplemental assistance that we might need. I'm going to stop for a moment and ask the finance director, anything you want to add to that? Cover it, you think?
No, I spoke with Tony Roselli on the phone, He was very responsive. The representative from CLA was very responsive. NORCAM, I've had a lot of issues with. We started the audit in February 12th. We had everything into them that they requested right on time. And they literally took till June 30th to finish the audit. I had to chase them. Michael Connolly had to chase them. So they didn't let us know until July that they weren't going to be able to meet the same price. They said it was going to go up substantially, and they recommended we go out to bid. So we put an RFQ together and sent it out as fast as we could. We had them due back August 26th, and those were the 3 firms that responded. Markham was about $20,000 more than what we're paying now, and more than Roselli and Clark. And there was about $10,000 that separated Roselli and CLA. I think either one of them would be great. They both have great reputations, and they've been in the business a long time. So it's your decision. But I would just say that I kind of do need a decision, just so we're already late for scheduling the 24 audit. If we don't get on their schedule.
Because of what we heard from Markham.
Right, we won't make the audit deadline is March 31st.
And again, for those who don't know, we have a charter provision that requires an audit to be conducted. We also have a variety of state and federal grant funds that require audits to be done as well. So that gets reported to a third party. It's not just our own internal doing here. There's some antiquated language about the Bureau of Accounts or something like that calling for an audit to be done, but that doesn't happen now, so we're doing it on our own here.
How long is the contract for?
It'd be for 3 fiscal years, so fiscal years 24, 25, and 26.
And if they get bought out, do we have an escape clause if we don't like where they go?
No, but believe it or not, Markham is being bought out again. So that's why I found out through the other two.
Markham doesn't want us, we're too small.
No,
Yeah.
but they are being bought out again, and that's why they've had a lot of turmoil.
Well, sometimes I know there's language in the contract that if they, let's say, the one we go with sells at 1.5 years, we have the option to be able to end the contract and go to someone else if we choose to.
We could work on
Assignment,
that.
it's an assignment clause.
Yeah.
It's a good clause.
Yeah.
We could address that, but I will tell you we're asked annually to sign an engagement letter anyway. So it's,
okay.
But we can
So
put that provision in place. I mean, I don't anticipate it being an issue.
Yeah.
I'm even less concerned about it with with Roselli and Clark than I am with CLA. But again, certainly your determination.
Well, just a thought.
Yeah.
Since
No,
we know-
it's an important thought.
Those firms are getting bought up all the time.
Yeah,
it's
field,
happening all the time.
what's available to us is shrinking. We're in this weird sort of in-between spot. Mrs. Gonzalez, I think you were part of the conversation 3 years ago.
Yeah.
I think we had one choice.
That's it, we had one.
Okay.
So yeah, in this case,
that makes it easy.
We do have 3. 2 I think are viable.
Okay.
And again,
They more interviewed us, like, is your audit clean?
Yeah.
How fast do you turn things around?
Yeah.
Are you up to date? Like all kinds of questions, like, it wouldn't take us if we weren't in good shape, because they're so busy.
Well, I'm happy to go with your recommendation. Yeah.
Any other questions before we vote, Mr. Massey?
No, I read through the packets too, and I agree. I like the recommendation more.
I'm there. Mr. O'Leary?
And I reviewed it also, and I concur.
Ms. Gonzalez?
I concur.
All right. Mr. Massey, could I have a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I move to appoint Roselli and Clark as town auditor for fiscal year 24, fiscal year 25, and fiscal year 26.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
thanks, Lori.
Thank you.
I should have noted too, we put together a request for proposals and issued it out to the market. We advertised it in the MMA.
She said
We said it, that was in
Yeah,
the
so we didn't just find these 3. This is who responded. So just to make sure that that's clear. You can tell I take the independent oversight component of this seriously. We want you to, it's your eyes and ears watching what's going on here, so it's important. I'll move on to town council.
We also like to hear your opinion, Mr. Gilberto, so we appreciate that.
No, appreciate that, thank you. Moving on to the appointment of town council, as has been the case intermittently, at least over my tenure, and I gather from discussions, prior to that, we asked Copeland and Page to provide an updated proposal for their appointment as town council, and I will note that and refer the board to the town's bylaw that states that town council is to be appointed annually for a term to end June 30th, and I want to recognize Mr. Massey for highlighting that. I can't say that it's necessarily come up in my tenure here, but when I went back and looked in the history, it looked like the last time an appointment was done was 2017, and then prior to that was prior to my tenure in here in 2013. So I don't know if that was sort of lost in transition when Mr. Valiakonis left or not, but the practice definitely is there. The one thing I will say, and town council admitted this to me, there is a certain advantage to not making the appointment because you could sort of walk away from the council more at will than maybe if you've made an appointment for a specific term. But the bylaw does state that the appointment should be made for a term to expire June 30th.
You beat me to it, but no, no, that was a good catch. You beat me
So,
to it.
I'll just,
the catch of like, formally, we should have that every year.
That's what the charter says.
yeah, no, absolutely. And the thing I'll just, note is, we have a proposal. What has happened historically is there's an intermittent update with regard to the rates. You saw in there's sort of a split rate schedule for some of the more technical expertise that town council can provide. Your proposal in front of you is from Copeland and Page. Again, this is your appointment, not mine. I can tell you that, it would be, my recommendation to continue their appointment, mostly for the depth of knowledge that they tend to have and the variety of technical experts that they seem to be able to put us in touch with. But in the end, as is the case with the auditor, this is your appointment. Your options are to make the appointment. You also have an option to solicit additional proposals if that's what you so desire. You could do that now. You could do that in advance of the next appointment. But you certainly do have options, and I think if you don't make an appointment, town council will continue to answer our phone calls based on my conversation with them moving forward.
Is town council's intention, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I always do that, feel free to correct me too when I don't do that. Mr. Chair, through you, is town council responsible for helping, what's the right word? Helping use the bylaws, helping
Interpret?
Comply.
Yes, would town council be responsible for helping Mr. Gilberto with complying with the bylaws in North Reading? I.e., would he tell him or us if something's wrong and needs to come up and we need to?
Only when quizzed in the course of discussion. I mean, not just as a regular routine matter because they're not in-house counsel.
Yeah.
Some communities have in-house counsel. Their town council is in-house. They have an office right over there.
Yeah. Have we ever thought about that?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Gilbert, you want to answer that?
It depends on what you're looking for and what you get.
Because,
that was a political appointment. It wasn't good.
Yeah, we got a council here that we just
Bylaw.
blew their contract out of the water by 6 years. So, I'm going to recommend putting these services out to bid. I think that competition, especially at the state of the town, competition is healthy for the town and for the best interest of the taxpayers. And we owe it to the taxpayers to solicit other firms that provide the same services to see if we can find equal value at a lesser price. Now, that's my thought on how to proceed with this. I'm not voting for town council as a yes vote, but the other thing I want to ask is now that we're 6 years over budget, 6 years past contract, well, their current contract listed $185 an hour. Why have we been paying them more than $185 an hour?
So I'll take the questions maybe in reverse order. So first, they customarily will notify us by written communication. I think that their copy of it was included in the packet. The last one was December, I think, of last year where the rates have increased, so the rates go up, and they issue a notice that says, you call us from this point moving forward, the bill is gonna be at this rate. Generally doesn't go down, it goes up.
Sorry, when does that happen?
It can be, it's intermittent. So the last letter, I think it's in the packet, I think it was December of 2023.
So is he breaking the contract and saying, sorry, outside the contract, but here's a notification that my services are going up?
I can't, so I struggle to call it a contract first, to be candid with you. I think it's presented as a letter of engagement, and I don't know that the charter requires it to be a contract. So, by not calling it that, we've maintained that flexibility. But it's usually by notice of a letter, and, at various points, we've decided, okay, we're gonna look at it, the last being 2017. And in the end, sustain, their being in that role. A note, just a suggestion, if we do determine to go in the direction of soliciting for other firms, I would encourage it not to be by bid, but by qualification, so you can make that independent determination of who you want it to be. If you do want to do that, price can be a consideration, but under the general laws under 30B, a contract, if we were to sign one for council services, would not be required to be bid out. It could be qualification based. And then I had a third comment, but I can't remember. It'll come back to me.
Do you want to repeat the question? I don't know quite, I'm
I was
sorry.
on a roll there, I forget. The price that you put on I think you answered that.
Yeah, it's been by letter, and again, we've struggled, I have struggled to say, let's call it a contract, because I don't know that you want to be contracted for that type of service.
What does the town charter say, contract?
I think it says appointment, I'd have to look, it's actually not the charter, it's the bylaw that you refer me to, and I think it says shall appoint, or something like that, I could pull it up.
Anyone else while he pulls that up?
I'll just say the blended rate is $245.
Yes.
That's a very low price for those.
Oh, it's in the three.
These law services.
Three.
But just for commentary, I'll put in my 2 cents.
375.
I actually think they failed you guys too.
But we can look. However, I'll tell you that Procter & Goodwin is
Oh, it's
filling out
paid by
at
me, it's
$1,500
about
an hour.
345.
That's special.
Like 385, I'm not kidding, is not.
That's
I
what
guarantee you, even PMA's lawyers, the outside counsel, are probably paying a lot. Not to bring that, but I'm just saying, my company as well, like, it's a niche, I'm saying in the niche market world, Mr. Massey, what I've seen is that 385 is actually not that much for attorneys. That's what I mean by it. I don't know.
Please do not disclose my professional career ever again in this room. Period.
I did not mean.
Period.
I didn't mean.
You know why too.
Wait, I didn't mean. Hold on, time out. I didn't mean it maliciously.
I know you did.
Just so you know that. Okay, I hope you understand that. What I mean
I
is.
think you know why I'm saying that.
Fair. What I'm saying is what I've seen from the low to the high rate is that it's not as out of bounds, just from my experience, but also just having clients who deal in a lot of different sectors. It seems that most attorneys are in that, I'd say 400 to 1,000. I could be wrong. I'm just saying, I can only talk so I'm not against looking at whatever you called it, not bids, just to see what else people are looking at. Why not? Take a look. I think that's responsible to do. But I have no issue with KP services. But no, I think that, I mean, especially if in the interim, we can still call them for something, right? Taking a look, just to what the numbers are. And again, I'm not suggesting I would even go for that, but just to,
It's just a reality check.
just a reality check. Is that something is that what you're trying to say? Just what else people are, because it might come back, right? And then somebody may come back and charge just as much, if not more. But I do know this, that in the world of law, and I think I can speak for this because I've dealt with enough, usually if you can charge a lot, it's because you're good. And if you're charging only, I don't know what it is here, we'll see. But if you're charging in the lower of your industry, it's because you can't get people to pay you higher because for whatever reason. So, but that's just my 2 cents.
Just in relation to specifically Copeland and Page, and there are maybe a handful of other municipal attorneys, practices. For them, there's an economy of scale because they specialize only in municipal law, so that they have a bank of knowledge and understanding so that their ability to respond quickly, accurately is there because that's what their expertise is in. And, very rarely is there just a nuance where all of a sudden we're a groundbreaking, question that's never been asked before. Just in relation to the rate, my wife retired 6 years ago as a paralegal, and they were billing her out at $500 an hour. So this is a reasonable rate in today's world in relation to specialized attorneys. So I'm okay with appointing them, to June 30th, and then do the due diligence and do some research based on qualifications, not price, because you got to be careful. It's not price. I want to make sure that we have somebody that knows municipal law and knows it well inside and out. So I don't mind doing the research, but I would appoint them through June 30th anyway. We probably should be doing it on an annual basis and just put it in the tickler file as to what should be on the agenda for the end of June, as far as appointments like we do for December, and just get in the habit of doing it again. But they've served us well, and they're reasonable. And so I'm in favor of appointing them through June 30th now anyway, but also in the meantime, soliciting some information from other firms as to what might be available come June 30th.
I have a thought. If it's an engagement, right, not a contract, could we, if we found someone that we like better or better price, could we disengage? No pun intended. That,
Have to ask town council.
Just stop using their services.
But that's what I mean, so Mr. Gilberto,
Could ask
again.
the chair to use town council.
Excuse me?
Could ask the chair to use town council, right? That's what I was told. No, you said you were gonna call town council. I said you get ask the chair to go to town council.
Chair, the policy's been basically, the chair, you go through the town administrator. You don't just individually go to town council.
Right.
Each individual member doesn't go through town council. It's gotta be through the administration.
So
there's some handle on it. Because we had a problem years ago where 4 or 5 members were calling town council, and all of a sudden we're getting bills for individual phone calls. I mean, what's going on?
Thank you for clarifying. I won't go direct to town council. Mr. Gilberto, is it something, if it's not a contract, if it's an engagement, that theoretically, you never know, I never say, there's no absolutes in life, but if we were to appoint, could we then say, hey, if it's because qualifications are the same or price, will you match? If it's that we just found somebody we like better, sorry. I'm just asking the question, just to.
I mean, I have to say, if you're gonna make the appointment, make it for the term that the bylaw requires, which is through June 30th. I mean, that's what I would say. We're trying to comply here. There's language in here that talks about removal. The select board shall have the power to remove town council at any time if in their judgment the interests of the town so require, and in the case of a vacancy in the office, the select board shall fill the same by new appointment. So it appears your bylaw allows you to remove them. I have to say though, I think the timing for looking to solicit proposals, if you're going to do that now for this appointment, well, I don't know why we make the appointment, to be candid with you. If you want to do it for the next round, then that might make a little more sense, but I just don't know why we would do both, I guess is my question.
Well, you heard from us.
Yeah.
Ms. Gonzalez, what's your opinion?
I'm very happy with KP Law.
Mr. Wallner?
I'm happy with KP Law. They have their hand on a lot of best practices at other towns, which we benefit from.
So I think, Mr. Massey, I'm going to come to you as well. Again, for me to compromise then, just listening to everyone, is that we appoint, but we elicit whatever proposals, whatever the term is for the following fiscal year, which we're going to, blink an eye and it's gonna be May again. So that's kind of, it seems like just getting the temperature.
So
And again, you may not, I'm just,
If we put the RFQs out now, we're gonna get them in 2 weeks.
I'm not telling you not to do that. I just don't.
I know, I'm just saying, so we wouldn't put anything out now for June. That's not how that would work.
I do.
You'd be
I
putting
meant
this off.
you would, well, no, I mean, you would take, I'm saying that would be the compromise, like, I'm not saying we're gonna do it right away.
So customarily, what you would do if you were issuing a request for qualifications or proposals, is you would issue it, you give them, you want to give them more than 2 weeks. I think you probably want to give them 3 or 4 weeks for an adequate response to come back, and then you would want to meet with the candidates, would be my suggestion, because of the ongoing nature of how we interact with them. So whether it's a subcommittee of the board that does it or whatever, and I'm not trying to make it overly bureaucratic, but it's different from the auditor, where they just come in, look at the books and tell us what they see. We're going to be dealing with them on an ongoing basis. You don't want to just pick from what's on paper. In this sense, it is a little different. So, and I don't have a problem with facilitating that process either. I just think making the appointment and then doing it at the same time, I don't know that I would do both.
Maybe what we can do is, can we identify who those candidates might be and actually just do a little homework on our own without putting out to the world that we're doing a whole RFP?
Bid.
To get started?
They have to bid.
What?
They have to bid it.
I can't hear you.
They have to bid it. They
No,
have to
but
bid it. You
that's not
wouldn't
my
know
point.
who's
That's not my
interested in
point.
what's
It's
ready.
not just about price, it's about the value and about what they have for experience. Like, we know that there's
You didn't even say
300.
bid. It's not
Can I
number.
talk, please? There's like 300 something communities in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
They all have representation of some sort.
Yeah.
We know that KP Law has a significant group of people. So I'm interested to find out if we can identify, without doing an RFP out to the world right now, to identify who those even are. So we can look at them ahead of time and even get a feel for what we're going to be looking for when we ask for it. That's what I'm suggesting.
So-
Then you can do the RFP afterwards, but it's more of a feasibility look before we even get in to go down that path.
I like that idea, just to give us an idea, something to talk about, but, so I say, why don't we delay this to the September 30th? The appointment vote. That's my recommendation, following what Mr. Wallner said, and we'll identify, and we may come to the conclusion before anything happens that there's just nobody who, based on initial look, immediately could replace KP.
Who's going to do the research? There's an awful lot on the administration's plate, getting ready for town meeting, everything else that goes on a daily basis. I just, my question is, who's going to do the work here? Who are we going to put it on?
Well, so
You did-
in my opinion, someone's just got to post an RFQ and have them sit here. I mean, what are we going to ask Mr. Gilberto to Google firms and that the firms that might not even
No, but it's pretty
bid-
specialized.
Bid's the same
Right.
thing as our.
Yeah.
You've seen what I'm getting at. There's no. I think we're wasting our
Well,
town
before we
administrator's
continue
time
this-
too, with looking up firms that might not be.
Well, before we even continue, Ms. Gonzalez, are you a yes on this?
I'm not sure what I'm guessing right
Would
now.
you be yes on the reappointment of KP? On the appointment of KP?
Yes.
Mr. O'Leary? Is that where I think you're leaning there?
Yeah, I'm in favor, if you want to make an appointment, yes, I'm
So,
in favor of
Mr. Wallner?
appointment, but
I would
but
like
I
to
also,
make an
again, but in the request for
No.
proposals, the
We
request
do
for proposal
investigation.
will come out next spring for the June 30th renewal, if the board wants to
Right.
investigate it. Right now, I don't see any need to go shopping or do anything midstream here. If you want to do it for June 30th, we do it next spring.
We can do further discussion after. Mr. Massey, can I have a motion, please?
I'm not reading that motion.
The clerk would normally read it, you don't have to vote in favor.
Roll your eyes all you want.
I'm rolling my eyes, I'm fucking tired.
Yeah, I know.
But hold on,
The
Mr.
thing is,
Massey.
not only the
just
clerk
because you
would read the
disagree with
motion-
vote, I voted no on a lot of things.
Me too, and I
was
still
advised
read the
not to-
motion.
I can't. Not reading this motion.
Oh, that's good.
What was that?
I'm not reading the motion.
What was the reason?
I'm not reading the motion.
There wasn't a reason. There's a reason or not?
Do I have to get into it?
I don't know, I mean.
The clerk reads the motions. It doesn't mean you have to be in favor of it. Doesn't mean you don't have to support it. You just have to make the motion and then you vote whatever way you want. That's the role you're in.
Mrs. Gonzalez, please.
You're cherry picking.
Mr. Chairman, I move to appoint
Oh,
KP
sure.
Law
You're
as
in charge.
town council for North Reading for a term to expire June 30th, 2025.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Gonzalez, second by Mr. O'Leary. All those in favor?
Aye.
Against?
Nick, just like to repeat that I'm the only one here looking for competition for the town, for the best interests of our taxpayers. You guys have gone over town council's contract for 6 years, and it finally comes up because of me. And what you're doing is you're saying, no, we don't owe it to the residents to get competition. It's hey, same old ways.
I didn't say that.
Keep
I said
protesting.
right now. No, right now, no. I think in June, we'll look at it.
So, for youth services? Mr. Massey, have a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move to place a nomination of the following name for reappointment to the Youth Services Committee to expire 12/31/2027. Mary Ann Hannafin.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion from?
Since we heard that it's an appointment, not a reappointment? So it's an appointment, not a reappointment. It's a typo.
You want me to repeat it?
I think that was it. Would you like this, Mr. Please, Mr. Massey, thank you. Just appointment. There was a
Mr.
typo.
Chairman, I move to place a nomination of the following name for appointment to the Youth Services Committee to expire 12/31/2027. Mary Ann Hannafin.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mrs. Gonzalez. Further discussion, recommendation from the liaison?
Yep, it comes from me, Youth Services Committee. In the last meeting, there was public comment criticizing what I've done with the Youth Services Committee. Last year, by the chair and vice chair, they both agreed that the committee was dysfunctional. I did intercept because that doesn't have any good, isn't any good for anybody to have a committee that is dysfunctional. We've made changes, and as a result of that, we now have a tremendous interest in that committee, and we're filling it out, and it just keeps growing, which is great. So criticize me for getting in the middle of it, but the results is the results, and the results are just like the Sustainability Committee. We have people who are enthusiastic and who want to participate, and who want to do more than just be advisory. They actually want to participate and help out our Youth Services Director. So yes, I strongly recommend Mary Ann Hannafin.
Any further discussion? This is a name called, Mr. O'Leary,
Mary Ann Hannafin. Hannafin.
Mr. Wallner,
Mary Ann Hannafin.
Mr. Massey,
Mary Ann Hannafin.
Mrs. Gonzalez,
Mary Ann Hannafin.
and the chair is Mary Ann Hannafin. Legal bills? I have a motion, please, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve legal bills for July in the amount of $11,373.19 as follows. General, $9,413.19. Labor, $1,960. Total, $11,373.19.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Gonzalez, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
I do. I'd like to bring up the use of town council. KP Law, it could be anyone. The use, what I've picked up from you folks here is the use of town council is early and often. Early and often. And I'm wondering how much we can take a situation to the next level before having to loop in town council, before requesting, to be frank, and I'm sorry, Mr. Walnut, but the FAQ was your idea.
Yep.
And I thought that was out of this world. And the reason I thought that was out of this world is because you have a state. You're now putting North Reading's stamp in words on a document that just got rebutted by another lawyer. So when I brought up liability was the other thing.
What other lawyer? What other lawyer?
There was no lawyer here, but they mentioned that there was a lawyer that has said something, right? I've heard that same lawyer say that same thing. what I'm getting at is for town council to create an FAQ about a state law, we could easily defer them to the state law. What you're doing is you're using town council money, taxpayer dollars, to create an FAQ to put North Reading's name on it. For what reason?
So we have facts on this.
Well, I know you
think
stated
you're-
facts.
Wait, time out. This is not,
This is really just outrageous. The reality
No, we're
is
not
that
gonna
the
use those
FAQ
terms.
is necessary because there was all these opinions about what this was about. We pay town council to look at the state law and to define for us what is going on. So there are no more opinions. The opinions are what we learned tonight. That is a very responsible thing to do, as opposed to us going to meetings and wasting time with people's opinions that don't have anything to do with facts. So let's just be very clear about that. So
No,
do I think FAQs are good? I think they're excellent, and I use them every time I do a project because it's really important to have the FAQs down. And in this case, by the response of the people who have been involved, they have upped the ante where we do have to get town council to come in, and we do have to get the state reps to come in to set the record straight, because the record has not been straight from the very beginning. And you can't talk to me about another lawyer that we're not paying, who has their opinion, who has no.
I know, I get it. I'm just,
Then I don't understand your point.
I think you're just saying.
Listen, hear me out, because you guys have heard enough from me. I can sense it on all of you.
I'm all ears.
Thank you. I tend to look at the use of this board and our town administrator, and I challenge you to try and utilize them less. Try to utilize them at a point where you need to bring them in. To a point, if Mr. Gilberto, you are going back and forth with a resident on something, and they're just not giving it, no matter how much you can reference the bylaws, no matter how much you can reference the laws from your own knowledge, if he keeps pushing, bring in town council. But what I've seen is this board and our town administrator bring in town council way too early, way too often. Certainly with my situation, which I thought was a huge waste of tax dollars. And that's all I got. And I challenge you, that is a ticking bill. It's a ticking bill. And everything that you say, Mr. Wallner, that quick, I request an FAQ, probably cost us a couple grand.
It wasn't
Just
quick.
quick. I understand
It was mandated.
I understand it wasn't quick because I read it and I was like, oh my God, look how many hours
Well,
he
that's
put
not the
into
point.
it based off
The
of just.
decision to bring in council was not a quick decision. It was
Okay,
a
okay.
necessary decision
Okay.
based on the environment of what was going on.
We're off topic. I think your point is taken, Mr. Massey. We're going to jump back to what we skipped. And I would please ask our members, because it is midnight, to make it a little short. It is back to board member report, old and new business.
Wait, did we finish the vote?
No.
No, we had
Oh, we didn't finish
discussion.
the vote.
Yeah.
I thought we said aye, and then we stopped. Okay. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah.
Sorry, it is a little late. So, any further discussion outside of what we just discussed? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay. As this was taxpayer dollars used on my situation again.
Okay, board member reports, old and new business, Mr. O'Leary.
Probably should have brought up at the beginning of the meeting, the passing of Lou Greenstein, who's a local resident, longtime resident, town of North Reading. Wonderful, energetic, enjoyable, knowledgeable fellow who's a chef and culinary historian who's lived in town for a number of years, passed away, I think a week or so ago. But was an active member of the community, shared his joy with the community over the course of time and years, particularly when he and Zelma were raising the kids, Rachel and Josh. And so I just wanted to mention his passing, and that he was a joy to know, and a good contributing member to the community, and well loved and respected, and going to be missed, and our condolences go out to Zelma, Rachel, and Josh. As far as other business, as many of you are well aware, we had Triple E come to town and a few other things, and I just want to acknowledge the fact that the Board of Health and health agent, met on very short order, emergency session to look at the findings, address the situation, make some recommendations, and are continuing their ongoing monitoring of the situation, and have been very good at communicating with everybody, and I just want to acknowledge their efforts and their prompt addressing the situation. We made an appointment at the last meeting to an associate member of the Conservation Commission. Something's come up and she turned it down, and in the meantime, we've had a member of the Conservation Commission resign. So I just want to put it out there that we're looking for some more people to serve on the Conservation Commission, and they want to.
Who do we lose?
Do I have that application?
Yes, I think so. Yes, you do.
Check.
Yes, you do. Randy. Randy comes up. And, so anyway, so resignation has taken place, and we need to fill it, so we're looking for volunteers to serve on the Conservation Commission again. Other than that, I'll set, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Wallner?
Just briefly, Senior Center, if you're on their Senior Center news, you'll see that their programs are expanding, as are their locations. So not only are they at the Senior Center, they're also at the Town Hall Gym, and they're also at Aldersgate, providing all the programs they provide. And so it's really, and the Masonic Lodge as well. So they're really spreading out because the attendance by the seniors is really rising, and we have to give lots of credit to Kim Menzeller for doing what she's doing, along with Lillian Hardman, who's doing that. And then just a reminder, the senior prom is on September 18th. I think you have to call very, very soon. I forget what the date is, but I think it's like by tomorrow. And so you just call the Senior Center at 978-664-5600. And it was a huge success last year. My guess is it would be a huge success again this year. You should try to get on board if you can. And then I'm skipping a few department ones, but I just wanted to bring to your attention, we're continuing, the Forest Committee is continuing to make progress on the Swan Pond Trails. We're very close to having a public meeting for people to come and hear what the final results are going to be. I will tell you that we've had good success working with the neighbors. The only issue we've had is on Fox Run Lane. It's a cul-de-sac, and we're planning to put in a handicap access there because that's the one trail that could be accessible for handicap. And so obviously neighbors who are used to nobody being there, by bearing in 2 or 3 spots, and there's concern. So I just wanted to make it to your attention. It's something we're working through. And I think we're working with the consultant to resolve that. I think at the end of the day, it will be resolved. I just wanted to give you a heads up on that, but that is the one, what I see right now is the one outstanding issue. And by the way, even when we get this all done and everything, we don't have any funding for it. So, that'll be the next step, but just getting it done. But it's looking really good. It's looking like we're gonna have great trails. And we'll have access for plenty of people to get there, but a very low impact on the neighborhood. And we'll finally open up Swan Pond Forest for use by the town that has never really known how to access it before. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Massey?
Yes. Just want to ask how all of my colleagues here were notified of Mr. Bruce Tarr and Mr. Brad Jones coming to today's meeting. CPC coming to today's meeting. Just wondering when you guys were made aware.
We discussed this.
I'm sorry. Not the chair who sets the agenda, or the town administrator.
Excuse me, I'm going to answer.
Okay.
We talked about it last meeting that we were going to have a joint meeting with the CPC.
It certainly wasn't established. That's why I sent an email to both you and Mr. Gilberto saying, is there planning? Like, this is me new to the process. You got to help me. Right, that's what I'm looking for. Someone to help me go on with the process.
We spoke about it.
But one thing I asked was,
Mr. Massey, we spoke about it at the last meeting. The CPC also spoke about it at their meeting. Also, fair to you, customarily, when we're talking about something that it's a sponsored article by the CPC, we have a joint meeting so we don't violate any open meeting laws if there's more than 2 CPC members present like there were now. But
Great.
to answer your question, it was we discussed it last meeting that they were going to be present at this meeting. Excuse me.
I'll just say I found out, because I wasn't at the last meeting, I found out about it when I saw the packet.
Okay. I asked a simple question in email and it didn't get responded to, so here I am. So, all right.
What time did that email come in, sir? What time did that email come in, Mr. Massey?
What time did I send you?
What time did you send it? I'm just asking because I'm building
Thursday night?
Nope.
4 days ago?
Nope.
Mr. Studo?
Friday at 4:45. I have 4 kids. I'm sorry I didn't see your email. My apologies.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. The other thing I wanted to ask was 1 Central Street. How are we using that property right now?
So there's no authorized use of it right now. The property is secured. We had to demolish the garage at the recommendation of the building inspector. Parks and Recreation is, I think, mowing the lawn for us, and facilities is maintaining the inside. But there's no authorized use of the building at this point. I say it that way because it could be a department just decided to store something in there.
That's what I'm wondering. Drive by that thing, before I was elected, there was discussions of, oh yeah, we buy it. Well, it might be a patch of grass for a little bit because we have to knock it down until it's planned. And my thoughts are, how can we use that existing structure as is right now for any department? Or the DPW, if they need some extra yard or lay down space, or a contractor that comes into town, we can say, hey, we'll rent you this spot at a great deal, but at least it's revenue coming into the town. So just ways I'm thinking about using 1 Central Street.
Well, you're on the Facility Master Planning Committee. I mean, isn't that part of your agenda?
No, you know what is part of my agenda? It's great. Facilities Master Plan update, Town Hall plans. So apparently we're pretty deep into a design, or a schematic rough design of Town Hall. I want to again reiterate that I think the pulse of the community. You guys want to go out for a debt exclusion for a Town Hall, I think you're going to be awfully mistaken at the no vote that are going to come out. You typically, I would recommend you don't build a new Town Hall. You don't add a big Town Hall. It's not flashy. It's not useful to the average taxpayer. What you could do, there's a few empty buildings in town. There's some, that could be renovated at the existing level. This property's pretty valuable. Now, these are the type of conversations where I don't know how to get into them with you guys. I don't know how to talk to you about full-scale town, the facilities master plan. I don't know when to bring it to you.
I think you referenced that. That's strategic planning that we do after October town meeting. We try to plan it with the select board. You're describing the strategic plan the select board has.
We do a day, it's usually a Saturday, we have a lunch, and we discuss all of that.
Looking forward
It's the only time you get a free meal. One of the few times.
Looking forward to attend the North Reading Day at Ipswich River Park this Sunday. So I do every year. I'm looking forward to attend the senior prom this Wednesday night. I'm looking forward to going to cheer on our high school football team against Hamilton Wenham on Friday night the 27th. And North Reading High School hockey's right around the corner. Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Well, as we met tonight, we have a new Veterans Director, Mr. Tedeschi, and kudos. I think he's going to be fantastic, and we welcome him. Community Impact Team, excited to talk about their new peer recovery coach program, which we're able to have because of the money we receive from the lawsuits to the drug companies. That money has to be spent in certain ways, so we have 2 peer recovery coaches who will remove obstacles and support, set health and recovery goals, co-navigate recovery pathways, connect the pieces to plan for healthy living, The program is free to those living or working in North Reading. That's all I have.
Okay. All I have is to piggyback on what you said. I'd like to say thank you, a big thank you to Alana, Simone, and Kira Paula for everything they do for the senior prom. They have more volunteers than they need because of the efforts they put in. They were able to raise the funds, so I believe all the tables were subscribed by donations, which is great to do, especially in a time where there's a lot of different organizations and causes that are asking for funds because there's a lot out there. I haven't attended, but I've been told it is one of the few events that I always see the pictures every year that, you know, really, it does show that in the middle of all the noise, we still are a community that cares, and there are those there that can put in the time to do something very specific. So I just wanted to, you know, mention them personally. Town Administrator's Report.
Pleased to report that the Board of Health is implementing the intermunicipal agreement for shared services. We have the appointment of Shanine Pierce as an agent of the Board of Health to help with septic system inspections. She'll be working in North Reading on Mondays of each week. Also, I just note that North Reading Police will be participating in the home base veteran and family care suicide prevention fundraising initiatives, which they are waiving their policy for growth of facial hair. So you'll see some bearded officers out here in town. Finally, I will note that the 2024 seasonal influenza clinic has been scheduled for Friday, September 27th. Folks who want to participate are encouraged to call the Senior Center at 664-5600 in order to book their appointments. Jen is also in, you know, to remind me that we'll be having the auction for the properties over, what's that? For Audubon Road, which we had a discussion back, I think, in June or July, on September 19th. So we had thought we had run into a snag with regard to a clean title on one of the parcels, but believe it or not, Attorney Capola had in his office the documents that we needed to get that to bid. So,
Public comment? Mrs. Carlotta, you are the last resident standing. If you'd like to come up and talk about the weather.
Anything.
Anything, because you deserve it.
Looking forward to the senior prom.
Breakfast is great at Ryers.
Can I have one last motion to adjourn, please?
Chair, I move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mrs. Gonzalez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.